Hello, hello, everybody. Hey, Dom, good afternoon, sir. Hey, DN Anime in plus 44. Anybody else tuning in? Right at the start. Afternoon, Turbo Ruland. Hey, Odin Smash. Happy Saturday. Hey, son of a submariner. Hey, Durhanus. Thank you, Neros. This feels like the earliest I've ever started streaming in a very long time, too. It's noon where I live. And I used to do mostly PlayStation RPGs, like Final Fantasies. I usually start around like 10 AM my time or so, because of how long the games are. Hey, Stradivarian, Shinbreaker, and Dell. Hey, Ms. Tang, MS Tang. Hey, Eternal Ashes. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Uncle Porkstar. Thank you, Yeti Mix Sasquatch. Yeah, Melodia. Such a, so much intense gameplay here. Hey, Kirogera. Well, I do kind of have a full-time job and other hobbies and commitments, so streaming for, let's see, what is this probably going to end up being? About 23 hours a weekend isn't really realistic. It's fun to do once in a while, though. Alright, now that headphone users have all been killed by that sound, let's play the game. The star jobs for this run are going to be Blue Mage, Samurai, Chemist, and those are the biggest ones. I mean, almost all of the jobs in the game get used at least once over the course of the run. There's a few that don't, like Ranger never gets used, Monk never gets used. Yeah, oh yeah, Thief is kind of a underappreciated star. Alright. Oh, there's no numbers? Aw. Fine, you can be, new again. I was hoping to make it 16K, but I forgot that this version of the game doesn't have numbers. You can be new to build hype for the next game after this on the schedule. Well, Ranger's bows are useful because of their proc abilities, though. Like, the killer bow is pretty useful, actually, just because of being able to death proc certain bosses. But, I mean, that's both extremely random and extremely slow to use in a speedrun route. But, like, in the 4-job Fiesta race, we were, making a pretty heavy use of killer bow procs for World 2 bosses. Thank you, Velociraptor, for the hosting. The dark bow was useful in the race too, because we were able to use it to blind the physical attacking part of NeoExdeath, which made the which reduced the grinding requirements for the fight. Yeah, that's what both the mobile ports of FF5 and 6 look like to me. I mean, the background graphics and the monster sprites are very nice looking, but the character face portraits are just silly. These goblins are actually different from the normal goblins you can run into, that they only have 1 hit point. I don't know if I forget if any of their other stats are different. I'll get the FF7 remake and play it, but I'm not, like, counting down the days or anything. I mean, I think the game's fine as it is now. The only kind of real big flaw that it has is the translation. course, I mean, I played it when it was new, though, so, I don't really mind the fact that the graphics are pretty dated looking now. Oh yeah, I forgot that there's a phone port of FF7 now. Hey, Bustin' Smash. I have not played the Steam version of this game yet. I probably will at some point, just to say that I have. Maybe I'll do it for 4-Job Fiesta next year. I'd like to try the Super Dungeon too, just because I've never actually played that before. Same for FF6, just because I've never casually played the GBA ports. No, that would be famed warrior Gilgamesh. The LCC made a really good video tutorial for the Kefka at Narish race route a few days ago. It should be in his Twitch channel highlights. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can beat Illusion of Gaia very fast if you just know where to go to advance the story and stuff. 100%ing it only takes about like 10 to 15 minutes extra too, if you know where all the red jewels are. So this first dungeon, the Pirate Cave, is the only dungeon in the whole game where I have to legitimately worry about back attacks, and not even really worry too, because I'm not gonna die to these monsters, but it wastes a bit of time. Because unlike FF4 that I ran last night, in this game you do have a way to prevent back attacks that you get pretty early on in the form of the Thief job class. I'd assume the Quintet RPGs aren't on Virtual Console just because of like licensing issues or lack of interest on Nintendo's part, maybe. I would really love to see Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, and Terranigma get Virtual Console releases, though, just because they're such great games that are kind of falling into obscurity because of never having been re-released in any form. Be quite awesome for there to be an official North America release of Terranigma too, because that game was only released in English in Europe and Australia on the Super Nintendo. I'm pretty sure, I'm actually pretty sure that ActRaiser was the first ActRaiser was released on VC, because I think that's how either PJ or SirVG played it when they did a race at AGDQ a few years ago for professional mode. I know ActRaiser 2 has not been re-released. Yeah. Well, IOG was made by Quintet and then published by Enix. The Square and Enix merger didn't happen until the early 2000s, I want to say. I mean, it was around the time that Final Fantasy X-2 came out, I know, just because I think the Japanese version of that game said Squaresoft and the English version said Square Enix on the title screen. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected, Diamond Dragon, that it'd be kind of just basically a lazy port of the mobile version. That's basically what the Steam version of Final Fantasy IV was, which is something I need to play at some point too. So the start to this run is actually pretty slow-paced. There's a lot of cutscenes and a lot of walking around, and not really a whole lot of action for about the first half hour. It's pretty much after defeating Lavos that the run actually starts. Yeah, Turbo Ruland. It's not a straight port of the DS version though, just because they did. I mean, there are some changes to the gameplay, like the difficulty being ramped down unless you're playing hard mode, and sadly, taking away the ability to use the original soundtrack. That's not like a deal breaker for me. I just prefer the original soundtrack because of nostalgia. Yes, this is indeed a Team Wyburn's shirt. Even though that's kind of been co-opted by Elmagus now, Team Wyburn started out as one of the Final Fantasy Relay teams, which I was on. The one and only time I actually played in the SNES Final Fantasy Relay. Hey, Ponani Gaming and Soptip and Titus Zect. Morning, Feral. Feral is a Team Ultra Spooky loyalist, I see. I think we know what his sub badge is going to be when that day comes. Something I still need to get in the habit of doing is saying no to the autopilot ship there, just because that wastes a few seconds, even if it means you don't actually have to play for a little bit here. Yeah, I've never actually played Record Keeper, but I'm sure there's people around here that have and can speak for what FF5 character is. Alright, so here's Miss Dragon 2, basically the tutorial boss for the ATB system. Hey, Kefka. Unlike Miss Dragon, though, it is very possible to kill the Wing Raptor before it becomes invincible if you get that broadsword I picked up, and then just spam attacks in the front row. It's even easier if you actually fight stuff in this Wind Shrine, but even still, it's your starting levels, it's still pretty trivial. Alright, so after Wing Raptor I want to fight one battle here to get most of my characters to level 2. Hey, Iris Valor. I should have defended with Lena too, because her weapon isn't strong enough to one-shot anything here. Hey, Royal Blue. I pretty much just got started. This run doesn't really kind of start until about the half-hour mark. The white timer below the big blue one is the timer for this individual run, if it's not obvious. Oh, we get all the rages? That's a pretty significant undertaking, actually. I don't really have an opinion about FF5 PC yet, because I haven't played it. I've heard a lot of people rag on the graphics, but, I mean, I don't know, if you don't like something, don't play it, I mean, as far as video games go. Yeah, I mean, even if you've actually like routed it out as far as like just reading an FAQ and how the Velt works, and then manipulating the order that you try to catch monsters in to speed it up, that's still going to be just many hours of grinding to try to get every rage. Hey, Ibiza. I'm going to do Chrono Trigger after this, and then Donkey Kong Country 2 and Final Fantasy VI will be tomorrow. There's a schedule in my stream title and my Twitch bio. Actually, since I'm not playing right now. So today's the longest stream of the weekend by far, since it's 2 5-hour runs, basically. Alright. Actually, hold on a minute. Alright, so now that I have jobs, I put them to use immediately. For the whole rest of the game, whenever I'm in a area that has random encounters, or I'm just walking around, I'm going to have one of my characters be a thief, because that lets you double your movement speed, and it also protects you against back attacks, which is very important in the latter parts of the run, just because if I actually did get back attacked in some of the later dungeons, I'd be almost guaranteed to game over. This game's quite nice in the form of only having one tutorial in the whole game, and all you have to do to skip it is just mash on this version, the B button to say no. Say no to tutorials. Alright, so since this isn't a super serious run, it's more kind of a special occasion run. We've got one order of business to do here before continuing the run. Piano flex. What I just put in chat, by the way, too, is the official piano flex emoji. I'm waiting for this goblin to use Goblin Punch, which, I don't know what his exact AI is, but you can it's high enough that that him doing it first turn is not terribly uncommon. But he's trolling me pretty hard right now. There we go. So, and I set my battle mode to active so I could just rearrange my equipment a little bit while I was waiting for him to punch me. Oops. When you leave in style. No loitering! Get out! I love that. Yeah, Goblin Punch is a blue magic spell that I believe cannot miss, and then it also does, it's a normal attack, but it does 8 times damage if you hit something that's the same level as yourself. It's going to be extremely useful for some upcoming bosses. Also for actually having my characters suicide too, because they're conveniently the same level as themselves. There's a few places where I need to do that for a variety of reasons. Yeah, and a casual play too. Goblin punching with the Excalibur would is actually pretty strong. Yeah, the themes for this run are death by math and death by bribery, although it takes a bit to get enough abilities and jobs to gain access to those. It's one thing I do very much like about the speedrun for this game is that, I mean, a lot of the bosses, as you get deeper into the game, you just pretty much just cheese out through combining various jobs and abilities, but it doesn't really overstay its welcome, just because there's a fair amount of variety in how you set up each boss quick kill, and the run's also not only about 4 hours long, too, for a kind of a more serious any % run. So it's not like Final Fantasy VII with slots, which is like, well, I mean, it's about a 7.5 hour run, where about like 5 of those hours you're just one-shotting every boss with slots over and over again. Alright, later, Dark JDL. Yeah, slots is Kate Seth's limit break. You can manipulate the reels through a timing trick to be able to use the slots combo that makes you win the battle instantly at will, which you're not supposed to be able to do that, but there's a I don't know if you could really call it a glitch or a trick or something with the way that you can, the fact that you can confirm the third reel before the game checks if you're supposed to be able to get 3 Kate Sith faces, basically. I used to dislike the glitched FF6 run because of slots, but I've warmed up to it just because You don't really have access to slots for that much of the FF6 run, because you only have one boss with Setzer, the cranes, and then you lose him for the next like hour of the run or so, and then you just have him for basically Atma weapon and then the Kefka's Tower bosses. Plus how you do the slots manipulation is more technical in FF6 because there's RNG manipulation you have to do. Whereas in 7 it's just all timing. This part's pretty funny on the PlayStation and GBA versions, just because in that you actually have double speed dashing because the game has a built-in run button and that stacks together with the thief's dash ability. And if you're controlling a vehicle in a non-overworld type area, you can dash in it. So I kind of call that motorboating because I can dash in the ship, and it's twice this speed in the remakes. Hey, Richter Shade. Thank you, thank you. I did a safety save before this just because this boss can be a little bit of a troll sometimes. Not terribly often, but more than 0, let's just say. Paralyzing Ferris wasn't a good start, but the main thing I'm worried about is him killing Lena, just because she has the lowest HP of the group. And you could potentially kill her in 2 hits. If he attacks her on both of these turns. But easy enough. Lena dying would be a problem, by the way, too, just because most of my AP that I need for learning job abilities comes from boss fights, so having characters die during boss fights that's not part of my route is often a bad thing. They added Carlobos to FF14. I know they've added a dog named Gestal. Yeah, Fusoya Puddle o' Beard is considerably more epic than anything Galoof could ever hope to achieve. Yeah, they do. He's the bunny rabbit emperor because of his hair looking like long ears. Hey, Gangrel. I'm picking up 2 extra Phoenix Downs that aren't part of the normal route, just for safety, because almost every boss in the first hour plus of the run can be a troll, depending on what they do. Siren trolled me pretty hard in my practice run of this, with hasting herself and then using attack spells. Hey, Javanistum. Yeah. I think, if Thief is your first job in the 4-job fiesta, you're probably going to need to grind a little bit here. Well, another problem too is that you can't buy weapons for thieves until you're past this part, so you have to grind on skeletons until you get dagger drops if you want your whole team to actually have weapons. And then when she turns undead, you're probably best off just going into the back row and using potions on her. Garula and 4-job Fiesta is just hard, period. I would probably say the only job that would actually breeze through Garula is Knight, because of being able to use Guard to tank its attacks. Yeah, like Magissa and Forza is pretty hard with all thieves. I mean, even white mages are easier because you can cast Mute on Magissa. Yeah, because Garula's most dangerous attacks are counterattacks, and counters can't count. You can't counter a counter in this game, so monks attacking with their own counters will make it safer. You'll see in about 10 minutes or so. It's pretty cool actually what the speedrun strat for Gorilla is. Okay, so that's a free turn because Mute fortunately doesn't stop Goblin Punch. So because Siren is level 2, strangely enough, and so am I can actually beat her up pretty quickly using Goblin Punch. Hey, Caleric. Alright, so that was a decent fight. I mean, ideally she doesn't kill anybody, because she's got several spells that are just wasted turns, basically, like Mute, Protect, Haste and Slow if she uses it on the last turn. If she does Haste on the first turn, that's actually really bad. Alright, so on the world map, I can lower the random encounter rate by opening the menu periodically. If I was doing a what's called a step manipulation route, I would have it planned out on which specific tiles I would do it on, but I'm just doing this kind of blind, so I just like to do it every like 5 steps or so, unless I'm getting close to where I'm going, and then I just kind of YOLO the rest of it. Next order of business here. Probably the most up-to-date speedrun information for FF6 is on the LCC's Twitch bio. So you see how I got an encounter right after opening the menu. That's because it's not guaranteed. My understanding of how it works is that every time you take a step, it raises your threat level, and when that gets over a certain value, which kind of changes over time, you get into an encounter. But if it's not actually ratted out and it's just blind, sometimes you'll just hit it anyway. It's kind of a mealy-mouthed way of explaining it. I have one battle I want to fight on the screen, not this one though, in a group. There we go. I want to fight this battle to get to level 3 for Gorilla. I could avoid these flowers, but I actually want to get poisoned for a reason that'll make more sense a little later on. Okay, so here we've got Magissa and Forza. A little bit of randomness here too, as far as who Magissa kills on the first turn. Best person for her to kill is Lena. Second best is Ferris. Alright, now we get to see rods in action here too. If a mage type class equips and uses a rod, it will break and then cast the level 3 spell associated with the element, which is ridiculously overpowered at this point in the game. So in addition to playing the piano, that would be why I went into Carwin, is to get the free ice rod so I could insta-kill Magissa. And if you kill Magissa before fast enough, because then she won't summon Forza at all. I think it's when she's below, it's either 25% or half health that she'll summon Forza on her next turn. Team 750, yo. Yeah, Lena kind of likes to get poisoned a lot over the course of the story. This game is kind of weird too, as far as how many different methods of transportation you get. A lot of which are very temporary too. Like now we have a flying dragon, but it's not. You can only go a very limited number of places with it. I mean, in casual play, you'd want to go back to Tycoon Castle and loot it for a healing rod and some other useful stuff. Some treasure, which I can never remember where exactly the third one is. This part's a little funny in the PlayStation version too, if you're speedrunning that, because the poison blur wasn't really programmed to handle quad speed dashing, so it looks really funny to have the poison blur going at double speed from this. Oh, it's 7. Hey, Caleb. Afternoon, sir. How are you doing, my friend? Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while, but it took me a while to both find a weekend that I had enough free time to do about 23 hours of runs, and also to practice the games that I haven't run for a while. Yeah, Caleb's your man to go to for the Mega Man X series, and also for quite a few RPGs. Like, I know he runs Earthbound, Final Fantasy VII, and Pokemon. Hey, Andrala. Oh, you're learning 6 now? Cool. Feel free to poke me if you have any questions or anything about it, although I don't know quite as much about the run as the LCC does, but I know stuff. Hey, Alta, good afternoon, sir. Alright, so I've got a very specific setup I need for Garula. First, I'm actually going to cure all the poison. Then make Ferris a knight. With no weapon. And now it's blue. That's not blue, that's white. There's blue. You can tell I'm pretty rusty at this menuing. Alright, it's go time. Yeah, this game has some pretty intense menuing. I mean, there's pretty much no lag in the menu in this game, so you can really fly through if you know what you're doing. This is a pretty cool fight, actually. Garula only does physical attacks, and they're extremely nasty, but by getting poisoned on the North Mountain, I can set up my party so that I can actually just become invincible to his attacks, because knights have a have a passive ability called Cover, kind of like Cecil's Cover from FF4, where they take physical attacks for characters in critical HP, and then an active ability called Guard, which makes you take 0 damage from physical attacks. So combining that together lets me avoid all of Garula's attacks, except that Rush attack, which gave Ferris HP drain, but doing Goblin Punches kills Garula fast enough that even if Ferris gets rushed on the first turn, I'll still kill him before she does. Yeah, I call this strat Knight tanking, where I'm having a Knight or a character that otherwise has cover tank all of the hits and then nullify them with Guard. Oh, in case anyone's wondering too, no, I did not come up with that on my own, or pretty much any of the other boss strats in this run. They pretty much all came from the Japanese FF5 community, who has been running this game considerably longer than anybody in our community. Yeah, FF6 has pretty deep menuing, just because it's got 3 different layers, basically: equipment, relics, and espers. Alright, so after Garula, first thief. It's a reminder that anytime I'm in an area that has random battles, I want one of my characters to be a thief so that I don't get back attacked. And then also so I can dash too. I eventually do learn the dash skill, but I still want a thief for most of the run so that I can't get back attacked. Oh really? Yeah, I've never played the mobile version of FF6. I'm definitely playing the Steam version when that comes out though, just because the the face portraits are just too good, especially Emperor Gestal's. Look him up on the Final Fantasy wiki if you don't know what I'm talking about. That last crystal shard was the bonus job, Mimic, which you can't get until the 3rd world. You actually have to fight Go-Go in order to get it too, although it's kind of a joke fight because the way you win is by mimicking Go-Go, which means doing nothing. Yeah. I don't know when exactly, but I do want to get back to FF7 at some point. I mean, my time is so bad now compared to the people running the game. I don't know when I'll do it exactly, because I'm kind of feeling the urge at this point to go back to Kingdom Hearts 2 after, for the next game I work on, but 7 will happen sometime, maybe next year or sometime. I've never, yeah, I don't know what, I mean, Poo or Poe or Wex or what some people call me. Yeah, I mean, the last time I was doing attempts, I actually had, I had some runs that were like over like 8 minutes ahead of my 8:12 PB when I died in Demon's Gate, and I forget exactly why I stopped doing runs. I think I had to work on something else for Marathon or something. Yeah. I listened to a lot of Shimomura music during the Mario RPG Marathon. Yeah, after I finish Breath of Fire 3, I want to casual play a Mario RPG, just because I haven't played nearly enough of those. I've only actually played Super Mario RPG and Paper Mario. I think the next one will either be Superstar Saga or Thousand Year Door, which I already own copies of. So on my way to Karnak, I'm fighting 2 battles with these wild knacks to level up a bit, but more importantly to split my character levels, because I need to learn level 5 Doom in the Ancient Library, but I do not want my whole party to be susceptible to level 5 Doom for obvious reasons. Oh, nice, yeah. I know you were having some trouble getting used to the weight trick when you first started running the game, but it's glad to hear you're getting the hang of it. I mean, it's so important in the no slots route to have really good weight tricking for the endgame bosses. I like the idea of having kind of a challenging game to finish even casually, just because there's a lot of RPGs that are just quite easy. So you do actually get a free item for whatever you try to buy here before you get arrested. Yeah, those were to skip battles. There, if I was doing actual step counter manipulation routing, it would all be routed out as far as which tiles in the world map I opened them. I would basically be doing it the step before I would get an encounter, and that would cancel the encounter. But I have not learned how to do that yet, and I'm also not. This isn't a very serious run, and that I'm doing extra stuff that would throw off the step count anyway. So I'm just doing it blind, basically every like 5 steps or so to reduce the encounters. That only works on the world map in this game, though, which is kind of good, actually, just because I would not want to have to do that for the entire game. I'm going to be doing some light manipulation, like, when I have to do a little bit of level grinding. I have to fight 3 battles with mini-dragons in about 20 minutes or so, and I'm going to... If you save and reset the game, that forces the next encounter you get to be mini-dragons, so I'm going to be doing that to dodge Ramu, who you can run into otherwise in that part of the world map. Hey, Solid Goo. Yeah, whenever I get back into this game more seriously, I do want to try to learn some of the step counter routing, at least like up through Karnak Escape, just because that saves like minutes if you can guarantee getting through Karnak Castle with no encounters, just because they're inescapable. I mean, it's not as easy as you'd think, even though this is a 2D game with tile-based movement. The fact that you have dashing means that having accuracy in your steps is something you do have to put work into. Same for Final Fantasy VI. And because it's a 2D game, it's pretty unforgiving if you make mistakes too. Like, that's a nice thing about like FF7 and 8, is that it's a 3D game, so having perfectly optimized movement is impossible, and the step route has error steps built into it just to account for minor errors that even a professional will be making here and there. I might run FF3 at some point. I actually just added it to my like potential future runs. If I did, it would be the NES version with no credits warp too. That's only like a that's like a 7-minute joke run basically. Yeah, I know you can move diagonally in the PC version. Sounds kind of interesting. I think Golden actually was interested in running FF2 NES at one point. I actually saw him playing it at AGDQ this year in the practice room once. I don't know if he's actually like finished a route or anything, but kind of curious what a speedrun of that version of the game would be like. Mr. Zwanzig has an FF9 speedrun guide on his Twitch channel. If someone wants to type his name, that'd be great. I mean, if you're just looking to get the Excalibur 2, I think there's actually there's guides that are more focused on that on game FAQs. You don't need this map, by the way, too. I'm just getting it because it's there in case I get lost when I'm in the submarine later on. Yeah, because if all you're trying to do is get the Excalibur 2 and not do a speedrun, that actually opens up a lot more stuff that you can do, like skip FMVs. Because FMV skip is banned for speedruns, but if you're just getting the Excalibur 2, then go for it. Alright, later Caleb, you have yourself a good day. Yeah, I'll be at this another 4 hours roughly, and then on to Chrono Trigger. No, I've only run any percent DKC2. I kind of wanted to do a casual 102% playthrough at some point, just because I haven't actually gotten the bonus rooms and stuff since the 90s, but I don't, at this point I don't really see myself ever trying to do a true 102% speedrun. Yeah, I mean, in a speedrun, Disc 4 of Final Fantasy IX only takes about 45 minutes. Alright, so before I want to play Treasure of Rudra. I have a copy of it on my flash cart, but I've never made time to play it. Live Alive, or Live Alive, is another one that I need to play. Oh, I didn't actually buy spells. Oops. Or rods, too. Gee, that's... Haha! Ah, that's a pretty big problem. I'm definitely glad I saved, although now I have to backtrack out of the ship because I, wow. Buy stuff in Karnak. I guess I have to go up this way now. Oh no, actually I think I can go... Or no. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know you can leave the ship. Yeah, I guess this is it, actually. I forgot everything, actually. I just went into the ship without actually going back into Karnak to buy stuff. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Oh, Alta, since you're here too, if I wanted to casual play Superstar Saga, does it make any kind of difference whether I did Game Boy Player or Virtual Console? I don't know, just as far as fun value or difficulty or stuff like that. Hey, Duckfist, afternoon, sir. Alright, now for what I was supposed to do, before going onto the ship. That was a very, very silly mistake. No difference? Okay, I'll probably just do Game Boy Player then, since I've got a cart and I have a Hori controller. Okay, that was just a pretty big oopsie. Oh, so Duckfist, is it today or tomorrow that you're doing your new speed game? Remember seeing a tweet about that. Ooh, 7-hour run. You got me quite curious what it is now. Assuming it's probably something for the PlayStation if it's 7 hours. Okay, let's try this again, actually, with ice rods. I should have poisoned her, actually. Well, actually, it doesn't matter if she dies after the first round, at least. Okay, I want him to transform into a tornado at this point, because then I can kill him right away. If he goes into hand, that's, okay, then I have to punch him and get him to change again. So this has been a pretty trolly fight. So not only was the fight slow and I had to use a Phoenix down, but because I killed him in humanoid form, he gave me a flame scroll drop instead of a fire bow. Fire bow would have been considerably more useful because it sells for more cash. I need 2 flame scrolls for the pyramid, but they're only like 100 gil each. Yeah, maybe the text looks different because this is 4:3 aspect ratio instead of 8:7, which is what you'd see if you were playing this on an emulator. Yeah, I respect the reveal, though. I mean, the last couple speed games I've picked up, I didn't actually say what I didn't actually reveal what it was until my first practice stream. This is piano percent and Gilgamesh / NeoExdeath percent. If you're into percents. It's basically just, it's the same route I did for SGDQ in 2013. Just any percent with a couple extra things thrown in. Next time I run this game more seriously, I kind of want to do glitchless. Just because that's a, that's closer to what the Japanese FF5 community does. I'd be interested to see how my times compare to theirs. Getting a bunch of money before I escape this castle. There's 2 kinds of encounters I can get. One's a free 2 AP because it's a Karnak dog that just runs away, but the other is the Sergeant and 3 dogs, which is inescapable for me at my levels, so I have to fight it. encounter rate here is actually pretty low though, so getting all the way out of here without encounters is something that could potentially happen even within a no manipulation run. Okay, and I got out with no encounters. Nice. Alright. And using a rod, I can kill the sergeant before it transforms into Iron Claw. If that does happen, it's not a big deal because his HP doesn't get refilled when he transforms, but it wastes time because he has text. Yeah, and it's not always really obvious too. And sometimes for FF games, it kind of varies from game to game how bad certain statuses are. Like Poison is kind of throwaway in a lot of FF games, but in FF10 it's actually brutal because it does like 25% of your max HP per turn. Oh, yeah, Virus, which prevents you from gaining experience. That's pretty nasty. Alright, so it's a shame I forgot to buy stuff before going to the Steam ship because not getting any Karnak Castle encounters in a no manipulation run is actually pretty darn lucky. I know the speedrun route for FF13 actually relies very heavily on buffs and debuffs. Okay, I'll be needing to fight this guy a little bit, but first I need to fight Ifrit. I do not speedrun FF13. So I need to make sure Bartz is alive there to get AP from this fight. Because the AP route for some of my jobs is actually pretty tight to learn the abilities that I need by the time I need them in the run. Gandalf the bookshelf here. We have Balrog we can get through. Okay, so now I want to meet at page 64 to learn one of the most important blue magic spells in the game. Level 5 Death, which he was nice enough to use in the first turn. I should have. I think I was actually supposed to equip the Black Cast ability on Galoof. Well, now. So yeah, this run is not going the greatest. I mean, the mistake I made on this fight was not equipping Black to boost Galoof's magic, because I was supposed to capture that, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna have to reset, because that's pretty much unsalvageable now. Glad I'm safety saving a lot. I hope Chrono Trigger goes better, although I'm definitely more practiced at that game. Yeah, in fact, I think the reason I've been able to get away without equipping Black Cast on Galoof for that fight before was that I'm used to having a higher level because of fighting stuff in Karnak Castle. Which I didn't in this run because I didn't get any encounters. Yeah, the first Crystals for Life was the last time that FF13 was in any kind of on-site marathon. I know it's been offered for EGDQ probably a couple times, but it hasn't been accepted yet. Okay, take two. Okay, that's more like it. 2 fire spells should weaken him enough that Bartz can catch him after he casts level 5 Doom. Because the point of the catch is not actually to ever release the page 64, it's just to end the fight without it getting a chance to summon other monsters. Because I do have to win the fight in order to keep the blue spell. Just running away won't count. Yeah, I mean that's just an unfortunate thing about having a like a 40+ hour long race is that I don't know the especially if there's only 2 teams too, the odds of having a like a competitive race for the whole 40+ hours is pretty low. It's just unfortunate for that relay the race was basically over 4 hours in. FF7 is another one though where you do have to win in order to keep enemy skills that you learn. I want to say that I don't remember how it works with Strago in FF6, just because I haven't actually learned any new lore spells for a very long time. Yeah. Yeah, that was really tragic what happened to the Roth in his FF4 run. I mean, he did have some issues with his grind fight, too, where he had to do it twice because he killed the Searcher prematurely. That was something he could have handled a bit better, but getting trolled by Zeromus was all in the game. I'm just hoping that the next time that group organizes a relay, if they try to do a relay that long again, that they're able to get a longer category for FF3. Hey, Elry. But that's a definite downside to trying to do a event that lasts an entire weekend without stopping. Was I supposed to heal there, actually? No. Alright. Oh, what am I doing? I'm supposed to go back to Karnak. I'm just not in the game right now. Well, good thing I saved. But, it's not until, like, after grinding and stuff that I'm supposed to get, go this way. Maybe I need more caffeine too or something. Wasn't expecting this to be a really good run, but I was hoping it would go better than this though, at least as far as me just remembering where to go and stuff. Yes, this is my Wyberns shirt that I got after the first SNES Final Fantasy Relay. Got an important order of business to take care of here. Yeah, if this is the FF1 through 13 relay you're talking about, yeah, the VODs for it are all on the RPG Limit Break YouTube. I always recommend watching VODs on YouTube instead of Twitch if you have a choice, just given how horrible the Twitch Flash player is for watching VODs compared to YouTube, at least. At least for now, until they go to HTML5. Spam bots are out in force today. I'm not doing this all in one sitting. There's a schedule there. Yeah, I got up to 600 viewers last night, so hopefully can match that today. In Chrono Trigger, at least. I can kind of understand people not really being quite as interested in this game, just because it's people outside of Japan don't really have nostalgia for it. So I was pretty aggressive with the menu trick there just because birds are jerks, and there's a bird type enemy you can run into called a sea avis that's faster than your thief. In the ocean. I have not done 4, 5, and 6 back to back. I've done 5 and 6 back to back, but I didn't know 4 at the time. Yeah, it's not really a fair generalization. I mean, I'm an American and I like games like this. And stuff for like the NES and PlayStation. Yeah, FF3, actually the original, well, actually every version of the game has some really gimmicky dungeons that kind of artificially inflate the difficulty. This is something it would have been nice to have in FF4 as a means of faster movement for catching the black chocobo. Because the whole point of making Bart's a thief in one of the menus I did before this was just so that I could have dash when I needed to catch the chocobo. Yeah, let's just not, like, make blanket statements about whole countries and stuff, please. Wah! Alright, so before moving on, I have a little pit stop I need to make here. So here I'm going to be learning Dark Shock off of these things. They do need to actually use it though. There we go. Get a bit of experience and money for my effort too. Wow. I only emphasized the hua the first time. This music's awesome, by the way. Yeah, and like 16-bit games pretty much always show black as being kind of a dark blue or purple. Alright, so before going to the quicksand desert for the what should have been the first time, I need to pause and do a little bit of hashtag grinding here. To fight 3 battles with mini dragons. If I get Ramu though, I'm just gonna reset, because if I reset, the first encounter I get after reloading is mini dragons. If I knew how to step manipulate, I could guarantee getting all 3 battles without resetting, but I don't, so I'm not. These are worth the highest experience value of any fight in World 1. Yeah, yeah. I probably should have highlighted that actually, even though it's long gone now. But before I started doing this, I would just actually try to run away from or kill Ramu before, but my PB for the highest number of times was 39, and I didn't even actually see the end of it too. I just gave up and killed Ramu instead of continuing to try to get dragons. Alright, later DN anime. Alright, last battle. Huh, interesting. Maybe I didn't press the button hard enough or something to fully power cycle it. What? Okay, let me power cycle. That's never happened before. Just need one more, too. What is going on here? Hey, Felly. Okay. I mean, there's not supposed to be any luck here. It's supposed to guarantee me getting mini dragons in the first encounter. I mean, I can try to change it by getting encounters outside the forest, but it's never behaved any differently before from playing on Repro Cart versus Flash Cart. Well, now we get to run into Ramu a lot. This will eventually end, although it might take a while. This is for gaining levels. Okay, finally, that was very, very odd. Yeah, and you can get on the string where you can get Ramu like over 30 times in a row, too. I'm not aware of any kind of official 4Jub Fiesta generator. I mean, you can just make it yourself using like random.org or something. Play on. So yeah, the fastest way to kill the sandworm, since it's massively weak to water, is just water scrolls and eat all these demi counters from the holes. starting here that random battles start getting harder to run away from, which is why you need the escape ability. The escape lets you instantly run from any, or also known as flee, lets you run from any battle that's not considered a boss. Yeah, Odin Smash was the 4-job Fiesta machine. Gee, that is one persistent spam bot. Mods, can you please take care of that? That's too bad. Yeah, I mean, Twitch's Flash player is very buggy, especially when it comes to playing ads. And HTML5 can't come soon enough. Yeah, I've never had that kind of issue with it, but the main issue I just have is that it doesn't it disconnects a lot, just if I'm not on a very fast connection, and it won't refresh on its own unless I pause and resume or reload the page. The best designed switch ever that magically causes a hole to open up under Sid and mid. Just make sure my items are lined up right for doing the glitch I'm about to do. Just want to make sure that the high potion is below the knife. Anyway, so for this is a pretty trivial boss, but I'm going to be trying to do a glitch to get a ton of money quickly off of it. I'm duplicating a big stack of coral swords, which is a stealable item. Take too many tries to get the steel. I mean, the odds are high enough that getting it first try is something that could happen. But yeah, it's not high enough. This can go on for a really long time if the game doesn't want to give it to me. This is another part of why I'd really kind of like to do glitchless at some point next time I run this, is because doing this glitch doesn't really save time. It just makes the run easier, because you pretty much have to get the steel first try for this to actually save time over just getting extra money from chests in the latter parts of the game. If you miss it more than like 2 or 3 times, then yeah, you're sinking quite a bit of time into doing this. Because if you're not actually going for the duplication glitch, that all you have to do to beat Crayclaw is just break a Thunder Rod and he dies. I mean, all of that extra setup I did with like throwing and stealing stuff is only for doing the dupe glitch. Alright, so a little pit stop here to sell my stack of coral swords for a ton of money. Get rid of this and this too. And then buy a big stack of Phoenix Stones. And make another stop. There's no reason at all to go into this town in the normal route. But there's some very special education to occur here. That's the last piano in World 1, too. There's 2 in World 2 and 1 in World 3. None of them are permanently missable either. If you miss any, you can get all 8 of them in World 3. There is an in-game reason, but too, if you play all 8 pianos, you get the Hero's Song, which is the ultimate bard song. The time flowed like a river and history repeats. Yeah. I had no idea how strong the Bard class was in this game until I got it in 4-Job Fiesta. Just because they're so, I mean, their buffing songs are just really, really overpowered if you use them. Like Speed Song and Hero Song are probably the most powerful ones. Yeah, oh yeah, and then Requiem is really good against undead, like on the Hiryu Mountain. It's really good for grinding off the undead. Oh, and then the Undersea Trench too, like 2 Requiems will kill everything in there. I like that, Sands Merchant. Another perk of Glitchless is not having to worry about getting stuck into like an infinite res loop by this guy. You can set, if you don't have to worry about duplicating the Coral Sword and Crayclaw, you can have your party still be in critical HP after the Black Flames fight to and just have Ignite tank Adamantoise's attacks. Hey DMC Aether, congrats on the new SD3 PB. So this cutscene here, I'd like to say, is why there's a Cid in every Final Fantasy game, because he's working so hard that he clones himself and then sends a Cid into every Final Fantasy universe. I know, that was a heartbreaker. To just lose a run in kind of the perfect spot in between Zabelfar and the save point. Well, I shouldn't say lose a run, but lose like 8 minutes or whatever it was. Correct. I did not go to TwitchCon. I don't really have any interest in going to any cons that aren't speedrunning related. I mean, AGDQ, SGDQ, and RPG Limit Break tap quite a bit of my vacation reserves. Alright, so for these fights here, I'm taking advantage of the fact that the ninja scrolls are based on your magic stat, and secondary abilities that you equip on your job will affect your stats in certain situations. So I have ninjas with the Black Cast ability on, which boosts their magic stat. And doing that, along with that level grinding I did in the in Ramu's forest, lets me kill these before they get attacks. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to get that. We're already starting to work on planning for Limit Break, although we haven't really done a whole lot yet, other than start to put feelers out for locations to have it. But I'll be most excited when we start doing game submissions, which I don't know. There's no date for that yet, but it'll probably be maybe November, because I'd like to wait for AGDQ game scheduling to wrap up before we start doing the stuff for Limit Break. Well, I'm not doing all 6 games in one sitting. It's 2 games a day. Today's FF5 and Chrono Trigger, and then tomorrow's DKC2 and FF6. This is a really hard boss, normally, just because if you don't kill those launchers really quickly, they can give you old status, which degrades your level. And the cannon itself has a pretty strong cannon attack that gives you HP slip. Yeah, I'm not too optimistic on getting a game into AGDQ, though I'm gonna offer Final Fantasy IV and Illusion of Gaia. There's no harm in trying. I mean, I'm still going, even if I don't have a game. I'm gonna be hang out with my speed friends for a week. It's too much fun. Plus, I'll be helping with tech station stuff. Yeah, Thunder Rods are pretty nice, along with just equipping them and casting Thundara too. That's actually something that's not super well known about this game, is that if you equip an Elemental Rod, it boosts the damage from spells you'd have of that element by, I believe, 25%. So even if you're not breaking rods, it's nice to have at least one of each kind to boost black spells. Yeah, this is my Wyverns shirt that I got for after the first SNES Final Fantasy relay, although I guess this is kind of a little interesting now that Elmagus has kind of adopted Team Wyvern's logo for his sub-badge. Yeah, I'll sign up to commentate some runs at AGDQ too, depending on what gets in that I know stuff about. Anyone who doesn't know what a Wyvern is, it's actually it's from this game. It's in the PlayStation 1 version. The translation is very, very bad, to put it lightly, and the Wyvern or Wyvern enemy is called a Wyburn instead, just because it's Wayubarno in Japanese, which they localized as Wyvern instead of Wyvern. AGDQ is in the Washington, D.C. area every year in the U.S. SGDQ has moved around a couple times, though. Most recently, it was in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Which is my favorite place that it's been, just because that's close enough to where I live that I can drive there in about 5 hours. Yeah. I mean, even like games as popular as like Final Fantasy VII full game, I don't really see making GDQ ever again. I mean, I know Spike Vegeta has done some analysis in like the past AGDQ only had like 3 runs that are over 3 hours long. Yeah, and you're from South America, right? DMC Aether, so I imagine travel would be pretty expensive for you. Hayudora! Oh, that would be awesome if you were able to make it to Limit Break. Oh, Madison would be great. I actually grew up there. That's usually where I go to fly to, like, the West Coast or something. The airport's a lot bigger than where I live now. Hey, Final Fantasy did. I'd be wondering why this boss isn't attacking me. I will explain in due time. Oh, he's dead. Oop, maybe not. Okay, now he's dead. So, the way that Archaeoavis works is that it has 5 different phases, and each phase is considered a different monster in the game's programming. Each monster has a different level, different elemental weaknesses and resistances. So I'm doing the turn order that I did there. Lets me do enough damage every round to push him into his next phase. And every time he does a phase shift, his AI resets along with his ATB bar. So doing what I did there lets me kill him without him doing anything after the first round, basically, because I'm constantly resetting his ATB bar. And then for the 5th phase, I can just kill him with level 5 death, because he's level 20. Yeah, this is the SNES version. I'm playing on a reproduction card because this is with the English fan translation. Yeah, I mean, PlayStation version's a port of the SNES version with a bunch of changes. Like being able to dash without a thief and use the L and R buttons for scrolling and changing characters during menus. I've been to Rockford a couple times. Doesn't seem that bad. Had some college friends that were from there. Although pretty much all of them moved to Chicago after we graduated though, so I guess maybe that says something about Rockford. Yeah, that's the main downside to the PlayStation version, is just that it's got kind of slow loading times for fights and menus, and the fact that you can dash really fast just kind of kills the pacing, because the faster movement does actually make a pretty big difference, but it just since it takes you less time to get in between where you get encounters and dungeons, that just makes it feel like you're constantly looking at loading screens. So that's the main reason why most people that speedrun FF5 do the original version. Hey, Critius. I think there's some audio channels missing from the PlayStation port too, which is what you can even. I mean, if nothing else, if you're pretty familiar with the games, you can actually kind of tell the difference just by the music alone too. Because I don't really know how to kind of pin it down, but it just feels like there's some audio channels missing from the PS1 port for the music in some places. Oh, nice. Final Fantasy Dad. I'm sure an SSD probably helps a bit. Oh, nice. Just noticed my view count picked up a little bit. I got up to 600 yesterday near the end of FF4, so hopefully I can match that during Chrono Trigger. Yeah. Yeah, I think this version of the game has the best music of all. I can't really speak for the new Steam version because I haven't played it yet, but between Super Nintendo, PlayStation, and GBA, Super Nintendo is the best music. Oh, nice! So you've got all the hookups then, I guess. I bet for the best SSDs. I just noticed what that last spam bot said. It says "pimp your leveling." That's kind of ironic to use that in an RPG runner's chat. Now, if it said "pimp your grinding," that would that would be even sillier. It seems to happen every couple months too, that somebody figures out a way to get through like whatever kind of filters Twitch has set up to block bots, and then they're really, really heavy and aggressive for like a weekend or two, and then they go away again because of the filter getting improved to block them again. This is one of the longer stretches of cutscenes, but I mean, most of the kind of slow-paced parts of the speedrun are actually at the beginning of this game instead of around like 2/3 through like most other Final Fantasies. It's a little different that way. Yeah, as far as just remakes of these SNES Final Fantasies, what I'd really love to see would be remakes of 5 and 6 in the style of the PSP remake of 4, as far as kind of keeping true to the spirit of the original game as far as how the controls and everything work, but just modernizing the graphics a bit. I mean, because 4 kind of needed it the most, though, as far as just stuff about the gameplay that's kind of dated now, like not being able to manually pass turns between characters or use the L and R buttons in menus, or not having a dash button. There's lots of little stuff like that. I've only played the DS remake of 3. I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but I thought it was alright. I'd never actually played FF3 before that. To become a just for gaining AP, because I need to learn Hide for a specific fight, pretty much at the end, near the end of the game. But I use the first Meteor mini-boss to get some of the AP towards that. I've never actually played Xenosaga. Xenogears. I played the Xenosaga trilogy, but Xenogears was one of just many PlayStation 1 RPGs that I never played because I was in college when they came out and didn't have money to or free time to play them. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate too, just because the feeling I've been getting from playing like Breath of Fire 3 and other games from that time that I've never played before is I just feel like I would be enjoying the game more if I was playing it when it was new, just because like the loading times and little quirks with the controls are just kind of lessening my enjoyment of the game a little bit. So the gimmick with Puroboros is that each bomb will cast life 2 when you kill it, but if you kill all 6 at the same time, then it's easy. Thank you, Bed Intruder. Seem to go to Lanka next, which I was just supposed to go right for actually. I think the next time I'm gonna do like a big special occasion stream like this will probably be for 20k whenever that happens. Thank you, Lord of Hyphens. So I like to call this the Chivalry Battle because of what Hearts does. Okay, this would be a big part of why I level grinded on the mini dragons because of this fight here. Because if I didn't level grind, then that Aqua Rake would be instant death if he used it. Because that's just kind of a natural thing with the PlayStation 1, is this that it has really slow loading times compared to like PlayStation 2 and handheld consoles, or like PS3 or 4 if you have a data install. That would be quite the thing. Okay, there it is. Jeez. Oh, thank you, Shades Skolakalad. Sorry, hard to pronounce. There's several Japanese runners that have done FF7 through 8, and that's like, or no, it's, this is the Chivalry Battle here. Because of what Bartz does. Leaves his lady friends to die in a horrible earthquake. Yeah, I mean, I don't fault people for not liking FF7 or not liking it that much because of the polygon graphics being pretty dated looking now. I mean, I don't care personally just because I've got tons of nostalgia for the game because of playing it when it was new, but I get that it's dated looking now, and that's one of the reasons for doing a remake of it. But yeah, like 28 hours I think would be a pretty good time actually for FF7, 8, and 9 back to back. That's considerably longer than I really see myself ever wanting to stream in one sitting, though. Like I could maybe see myself doing something like that in 3 days, but that would also require doing FF8, which is a game that I don't really have much interest in running right now. Nothing really against it as a game or a run, it just doesn't grab me that much just because of how repetitive the boss fights get after you get triple junction on your strength, and you can just spam limit breaks to kill all the bosses quickly. Yeah, Parasite Eve 1 is awesome. Yeah, DMC Aether, that looked kind of cool. What I think it was White Dumpling did for like, I think he did it for like New Year's Eve last year. Was he did SD3 runs with of all 3 storylines and a unique party for each run. And then after all 3 runs, he fought the Black Rabbite with his Dragon Emperor storyline party. Okay, so Bart's to Bloomage. Thank you, Norad. Oh, is that Luzbelheim's time? Yeah, and if you kill enough of the enemies that drop tents, eventually you'll get some kind of more in-your-face hint that you need to use a tent in order to advance the plot. I have not played Legend of Dragoon. That sounds like a pretty decent time, actually. Like, I think Tomato Rice's time is like 27:44 or something like that, but that is Japanese timing, which includes endings. Like, so it's like an hour slower than Western timing just because of that. Oh, Bart's is the same level as himself, so I just Goblin Punched myself in order to end that fight sooner. You can win that fight, but it's slower. I've heard good things about Legend of Dragoon, but yeah, I mean, just like keep saying, I probably would not enjoy it as much playing it now as if with no nostalgia, just because of the kind of PS1 graphics being a bit dated looking now, and loading times being a bit higher than I'm used to for RPGs. I mean, in a speed run, I mean, I don't really care because blitzing through the game and avoiding battles and stuff, but when I'm playing normally, it's kind of a little more painful to have to wait like 5 to 10 seconds for the game to load a fight. Oh, Valkyrie Profile is so awesome. I highly recommend anybody that has not played Valkyrie Profile to please remedy that at some point in your life. Valkyrie Profile, despite being a PS1 game and me just having kind of ragged on PS1 graphics, Valkyrie Profile is a 2D game primarily, so it looks really nice even today. There's a PSP port of it too, but I kind of prefer the PS1 version. Yeah, Wild Arms is good too. I kind of like the PS2 remake of Wild Arms a little more than the original though. Main problem with Wild Arms Ultra Code F, though, is just that the translation is awful. If Valkyrie Profile didn't have a half-hour long intro, I would consider speedrunning it, actually, just because I love the game so much. I've played and enjoyed all 3 Valkyrie Profile games, but the first is my favorite by quite a bit. I think it was kind of the most innovative, and I like the soundtrack the best. Get to meet our good buddy that's behind my split timer for this run, Gilgamesh. This is just a warm-up though. It doesn't even have the right music. A really big part of the Valkyrie Profile experience too is just the storytelling of the game too, with like the backstories for all of the Einherjar, and then like Valkyrie and the gods, which unfortunately means cutscenes that are unskippable because it's a PS1 game, and skippable cutscenes didn't really take off until PS2 era. Prismatic Missile! Yeah, Lazard's voice actor in VP1 is too good. Alright, music hype. It actually picks the music line up with the start of the Gilgamesh fight pretty well. If I don't have to menu after getting into the bridge. Hey, Jim. So I can walk in special patterns here to dodge all encounters on the big bridge after the first one. Hey, Mr. Zwanzig. So Gilgamesh buffs himself in a major way when he's down to probably like half health or so I try to dodge him wrecking me too badly by doing 2 Gil tosses and then waiting for my ATB bars to refill before I start doing more. Legion's doing his first Final Fantasy 13 run today, by the way, so you shouldn't stop watching me, of course, but you can use the glorious invention called multi-twitch or Khadgar to watch multiple streams at once. Oh yeah, it's pretty convenient that he remembers he needs to be somewhere else after throwing a bunch of money at him. That music will be back soon enough, though, don't you worry. Yeah. I started playing Eternal Sonata a couple years ago, but I don't think I got super far before switching to another game and then not going back to it. Thought it had some pretty cool concepts. This would have been quite a while ago, just because I know it was before FF13 came out. It was like one of the only JRPGs on the PS3 at the time. Holy butts, Batman. The last spot before that one did give me a pretty big chuckle, though, because it said "pimp your leveling," which is a very ironic thing to spam an RPG runner's chat with. Now, if it said "pimp your grinding," that would have been even better. I don't normally need to go into this town, but since this is marathon percent run. Piano Flux. Oh, let's do this too while we're in here. Oh wow, that's a nice emote, Soundhound. Actually, the third world overworld music is my favorite. It's not just for this game, and like it's one of my favorite overworld themes from any JRPG, actually. Yeah, it's Carmen. Forget what the exact name of the piece is, if it has one. Oh, Habanera. That sounds, yeah, that sounds right. Or habanera. Not sure if it's supposed to be Spanish. Yeah, 100 gil isn't quite a lot when I have like 350k, but it's the thought that counts. Searching for Friends is on that list too. I mean, I don't have a #1 favorite. Just a list of favorites of overworld music. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting touch with the Breath of Fire games that the overworld music changes just as you hit certain story triggers. Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, Vinny, it's in my FAQ. What my favorite Final Fantasy game is. Yeah, this is the water park of Galoof's world. We're gonna be riding the Moogle Eater here. Buying some tickets for the Lopros coaster. So do I have menuing before this? obligatory undead boss down. Although if this were a glitchless run and I wouldn't have a huge stack of Phoenix Downs, so I would actually just use an elixir and then a potion to kill him, guaranteed. Because Phoenix Downs can and will miss. Let's not go there, please, Turbo Roland. He did, like, by what, like 5 or 6 minutes, I think. Not bad for a run that had a pretty costly death to ninjas. Yeah, I don't even really... I mean, that's a pretty nasty fight, actually, to do kind of without cheesing him out because of being undead. Because he, I know he has a attack that... He has a revenge-based counterattack that does a lot of damage when if you hit him hard. Alright, so the way the encounters work in this area is different than anywhere else. There's the game only checks for encounters in the desert, but I really, really, really don't want to get an encounter in the desert because some of them are inescapable, and like I think like a sand crawler or something like that would be a reset if I hit it, because I can't realistically kill it at my levels. Yeah, Bravely Default is it has some flaws, but I think it's still one of the best newer RPGs out there. Yeah, I never actually finished 4 Heroes of Light. I kind of wanted to like it, but I just ended up not really getting into the battle system. Hey, XCOM. The king of treasure chests there with 1 gil. That's just a timer right there that starts after I talk to the Moogle. Afternoon, Vic? Yeah, the gauntlet will happen someday. Maybe I might do that for Black Friday this year. Or maybe I might save that for like getting to 20k followers or something. But someday I will do an FF4, 5, and 6 gauntlet with the same categories as the SNES Relay. So no 64, FF4, any percent 5, and any percent sketch 6. Maybe someday I'll do a glitchless gauntlet too. But that would be a little weird for because I would want to do Japanese version of 4 for glitchless and English version of 6. I don't think I'm gonna hit 20k for a while. Maybe if I stream nothing but Mario Maker, that'll happen overnight, though. Insert Greek letter of choice here. I actually did have some fun the one time that I streamed Mario Maker like a week or so ago after failing an FF4 attempt, but it's not something I see myself doing too often. Main fun of that was actually just kind of getting to talk to my viewers about what makes for good and bad design in 2D platforming games. Yeah, you'll mostly be seeing speedrun attempts on this channel. I do like doing casual stuff every once in a while to for change of pace, but that's generally going to be like games that I played before. Yeah, that was the main discussion when I streamed Mario Maker for a few hours. I was playing levels from people in chat, and then we were mostly just talking about do's and don'ts for making levels in a 2D platformer. Like Alta Biscuit said he was actually working on a list of 7 deadly sins for Mario Maker level design. Yeah, Slam Dunk Wizard, I agree with all of that. Having something about the level design that it is designed to trick you into dying is another pretty bad thing. I mean, in general, I like my platformer levels to be fair, and challenging, but just being Kaizo style, where the whole point of the level design is just to trick you into killing yourself on like invisible coin blocks, or having like spike pits that you can't see unless you're in like a weird place or something. That's just not fun for me. Nothing against people that do enjoy Kaizo. I mean, I get the appeal, that it's the appeal of just doing something that's designed to be as brutally difficult and unfair as possible. Yeah, it's something I definitely approve of for Mario Maker, is that it every level that's uploaded is possible to beat. But in general, I've by far had the most fun playing Mario Maker levels from other speedrunners, rather than just random people on the internet. Because those are generally guaranteed to actually be fun to play. If I do like the 100 Mario challenge mode, the quality control is pretty lacking. Eternal Felena? I've actually never heard of that. But I'm always down for good SNES RPGs. Probably the next like SNES RPGs I've never played before that I'd like to try would be like Treasure of Redra, Live Alive, and the SNES version of Dragon Quest III. So there's 3 monsters, but I only actually have to fight 1. Yeah, Rudra no Hiho is Treasure of Rudra. I'm not consistent in whether I use, like, for Japanese-only games, whether I do the actual name of the game or the English translation, though, because, like, Seiken Densetsu 3 I will call Seiken Densetsu 3 instead of Legend of the Holy Sword 3.
because that's kind of a mouthful. There's actually a lot of version differences in the Dragon Warrior / Quest games. Like in general, the Super Famicom versions are a lot more balanced as far as how much grinding you have to do, like how difficult the bosses are. Hey, Narcotis. Ooh, 500 viewer hype. Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is my 16K 16-bit follower special. I'm doing runs of all 6 Super Nintendo games that I know over this weekend. Today I'm doing this game, followed by Chrono Trigger. And then tomorrow is going to be DKC2 and FF6. Chameleon, I don't really have an opinion on FF5 Steam yet because I haven't played it. My first instinct would probably I'd say would probably not. I mean, if you've played the SNES version and enjoyed it, then you might not like the Steam version just because the controls I've heard are fairly different. Yeah, I was a little late. It took me a while to both find time to do this and also to practice the games that I haven't run for a while. Well, son of a submariner, that text splat there, I wouldn't be surprised if that text splat returns as a spam bot later today with the names that they've been choosing. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a SD1 / Final Fantasy Adventure remake, although I think I read that that's only gonna be on the PS Vita. Excuse me. This sound, I mean, as a package, I don't enjoy this soundtrack quite as much as 4 and 6, but it's got some really good stuff, like the third overworld theme, Battle on the Big Bridge. I like the regular boss theme, NeoExdeath's battle theme. So I mean, it's a good soundtrack. I just would rate the other 2 SNES games a little higher as just entire packages. These monsters here always make me think about Ni no Kuni. These tidy little monsters here. Even the stats that don't work and the heavy lag DMCA3. That's pretty much the only real flaw in the game as I see it. I mean, it's just such an amazing game as far as the graphics and music and replay value because of the different storylines and stuff. That's something that does surprise me a bit about the game too, is just that it's such a buggy and glitchy game, but yet there's no ways to skip huge parts of it like you can in Secret of Mana. Ooh, FPM with the shots. Go and beat me up and take my lunch money. If I was doing a step route, this golem would be leaving me alone. Yeah, it's kind of my attitude towards FF7 as well. I mean, for me personally, the only thing about FF7 that I would change would be the translation. The gameplay itself, I think, is fine. But I do get why people think that people don't really like the graphics, just because they are pretty dated looking if you don't have nostalgia for the game. Yeah, and those weren't even the jerk ninjas that I remember, too, which are Bill and Ben. Just these random mooks in the final dungeon that can GG you if they decide they want to. These bone dragons look so happy-go-lucky, too. Yeah, SD3 is one of the best looking Super Nintendo games. I mean, it's a very late release Super Nintendo game. Like, I always keep getting mixed up whether it was SD3 or Secret of Mana that started its development cycle for some kind of CD add-on for the Super Famicom. So fortunately, plants are also very susceptible to bribes. Well, if you play the game on emulator, there's actually an English fan translation for it. It was one of the first RPGs to actually get a complete fan translation, along with this game too. Get the fun ability to just exit out of a couple dungeons now. Getting to that town is a really nice point in a lot of 4-job fiestas too, just because that's your first opportunity to buy high potions. Yeah. I mean, if you only play one Phantasy Star game, I would definitely say play Phantasy Star 4, just because the earlier ones haven't really aged anywhere near as well. But Phantasy Star 4 is a very cool game. I mean, it's kind of ahead of its time, too, as far as it had a combo system for character attacks before Chrono Trigger did. You can get it on Steam for $3 too, I believe. If you don't have a Genesis or don't want to emulate one. Oh yeah, macros. That's actually pretty rare in RPGs to have macros. Yeah, I like to think of this part as being a parody of FF4 when you sneak into Baron Castle. Let's see. Like, there's a couple people like Jacid that are speedrunning Phantasy Star 4 now, and I think they pretty much all just play the Steam version. Sometimes I can be a jerk and trample that Moogle depending on where he is when I trigger that cutscene. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with being an adult and actually having money to get new games and stuff, is that being an adult and having a job and stuff kind of saps your free time for actually playing games. The fact that I spend a pretty significant chunk of my gaming time doing speedrunning and streaming doesn't really help either as far as having time to play games casually. Yeah, Phantasy Star 2 is... it's really kind of surprising just because it's the, by far, I believe it's the grindiest Phantasy Star game, like even more so than the first one. But it's the record for it's under an hour because of how glitchy and broken it is. Yeah, if they do an HD remaster of FF12, that's the only reason I'll play it again. So I'd be interested in doing the Zodiac Job System version. But I don't really like the game enough to want to try to figure out how to get the translated ISO to work on console. Bowtie Dragon. Yeah, I don't want to be an adult anymore. I want to be a Toys R Us kid. Well, I have fun streaming casual stuff, but I generally prefer to stream stuff that I've played before if I'm doing that, just because I don't really feel like watching me blind play games would be that entertaining. I wouldn't have as much fun doing it too, just because I'd feel pressure to be entertaining instead of take my time and experience the game in full. I think next time I do that, I'll probably... I've been having an itch to play Soul Blazer again for a while, because it's been a couple years, so maybe next time I do a casual play on stream, it'll be Soul Blazer. Maybe Lufia 2 someday too, because it's been a couple of years since I've played Lufia 2, and I've never actually beaten the Ancient Cave too, so it'd be kind of nice to do that at some point. I know the way you're intended to play the Ancient Cave is pretty different from the way people speedrun it, as far as like getting blue chests and then leaving, instead of trying to do the whole thing in one go. Yeah, when I played Lufia 2 as a kid, I borrowed one of my high school friends' carts, and so I didn't really have it for long enough to try to 100% it. I basically just had it long enough to play the normal story. He loaned me Lufia 1 as well. Talk about Lufia 2 and Elmagus arrives. It's kind of like saying Beetlejuice 3 times, I guess. Elmagus is just in time for a certain red adorned friend of ours too. Well, I don't know, I think I paid maybe about $50 for my Lufia 2 card on eBay. My Lufia 1 was maybe more like 30 or so. It's definitely not as pricey as 2. Yeah, Lufia 1 is a Dragon Quest style game, so if you like early Dragon Quest games, you'll like Lufia 1. If you don't, you won't. So I'll sum it up. Starkle little twink. Now it's time that you guys sing. Hey, first try, dark shot. Oh, I cast Dark Shock instead of Goblin Punch. Oops. Wondering why nothing happened. Make sure I have enough MP for next part. That's, I guess I haven't really been explaining Death by Math very well, so that's a strat I'll be using on quite a few bosses throughout the game, where I manipulate their level so that they become susceptible to level 5 Doom. Dark Shock will halve someone's level and round down, I want to say. Okay, Lavos spun. I'm just looking at my tweets now. I see TwitchCon is having a speedrunner panel, and there's literally nobody on the panel that I've heard of before. Shows how isolated I am, I guess. Alright, so it's first. And I killed Galoof as part of my setup for Atomos, the next boss. Oops. Actually, you know what? I think I've seen people like retweet stuff by Fire Dragon 764, but I have no idea what games he plays. I know people named Jeff. I don't know a speedrunner named Jeff. Hey, Bugalug Doug. Yeah, I pretty much do not watch any people whose focus is Nintendo 64 games. So if that's what most of these people do, like the 3D Zeldas, Mario 64, then odds are I've probably never heard of them before. My rule of thumb for pronunciation of fictional characters and places' names is that it's fair game as long as you follow some kind of like linguistic logic. Hey, Catalept. Super Monkey Ball is GameCube, I believe, which is another console I didn't have, so don't have nostalgia for it. The whole reason I got a GameCube like last year, I think, was to do Game Boy Player for the 4-Job Fiesta race, because we were going to do GBA. I have a couple GameCube games now, but I don't think I've ever actually played any of them yet. Probably the first one that I do will be Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I don't think Boxnor runs Final Fantasy or other RPGs anymore, but I think he started streaming again and is doing Zelda now, like 2D Zelda. No, this is not a 24-hour stream. I'm actually doing I'm doing 2 games a day over the course of this weekend. It'll probably be close to 24 hours when all is said and done, though. Oh, is that what all these people on the speedrunning panel are? Is part of the Wobblers team? Yeah, I'm not quite in touch with my clicks enough to really understand like what unites all of these different teams, like the Wobblers and Wigglers and Moon Bros, other than just being circles of friends. Yeah, I'm using my newest route for glitchless too, which is has some pretty substantial differences from the last time that I ran FF6 glitchless a lot, so it should be interesting. Nothing else. Alright, so before enemies. Because I rerouted glitchless any percent. I think it was actually like before, like December of last year, but I just never ended up really doing that many runs. Yes, reverse Joker Doom is a glitch. Regular Joker Doom isn't really, I wouldn't really technically call it glitch so much as RNG manipulation, but I ban it in my my glitchless run just because I think it's against the spirit of the category. All this first try Dark Shock luck in a not serious run. So I wanted to start the battle with the party member dead, because then that manipulates Atmos's AI so that he sucks them in instead of casting Comet, which hurts a lot. And then I wanted to revive Galoof so that he gets AP from the fight. I've got nothing against using Joker Doom in runs, I think it's against the spirit of a glitchless run, because the spirit is kind of to fight bosses by doing damage instead of instant death. Well, I guess I should say instant death if the boss is supposed to be immune to it. So like I will use a Phoenix Down in the Phantom Train, and in 100% Senior Behemoth. Oh, and that wouldn't actually work because my newest glitchless route actually uses slots on the cranes, but it doesn't use Joker Doom though. It uses Chocobop, because Chocobop is actually pretty strong for that point in the game at the levels you're at. Correct, because Vanish is a glitch because it overrides immunity to instant death. Because the way instant death works in FF6 is that if something is immune to instant death, then the game will cause any death attacks to miss automatically. But Vanish status makes it so that magic attacks automatically hit, and the game checks for that before it checks for death immunity, so then that's why Vanish Doom or Vanish X-Zone works. Correct, the Sabin. In my newest route I use Thunder Rod on Tunnel Armor. Because it ends up being faster to Thunder Rod Tunnel Armor, both because of the fight itself and also getting to skip a fair amount of menuing before and after that fight. I do still summon Bismarck on the cranes though, just because they are weak to water. So Bismarck is some pretty juicy damage. But yeah, it's a much more intense and risky fight though. I almost died in my test run actually because I didn't weight trick aggressively enough for my rusty skill level at it. So I believe, yeah, Crane's fight should only be a 2-round fight in my new strats, but it's just it's more difficult to execute because of having to manipulate slots to get Chocobop, and then it's riskier. Oops. It's riskier too because I can get trolled by the Cranes if they kill somebody in the first turn. But in general, I don't like to get into debates about what is and isn't a glitch. I mean, for the most part, I just see a glitchless run as being just an arbitrary category that is where you're having some fun, kind of doing a route for the game where you're limited to kind of playing the game as was largely developer intended. So it's not something I do to try to get WR recognition. Nightshade Rage is also banned. I mean, that's kind of just a weird thing, but I basically just kind of cut and paste the Japanese FF community's rules for what is and isn't allowed in their community, and they do specifically ban Nightshade Rage. Of course, their community does also require Battle Speed 1 active, which I do not do. That's the only Nico rule that I don't do. Because it makes the run significantly harder without making it more fun or faster in any way. Yeah, there's a pace spin in my stream title, and Twitch bio with the schedule. I'll probably be doing FF6 roughly like 4 p.m. US Central Time tomorrow. Yeah, that's why Nightshade Rage is so busted, because it inflicts charm status, which it's like confused, but it's so obscure that there's nothing about it there's nothing in the game that's immune to it, not even Kefka. I don't know, I don't think Nightshade is really all that useful for speedrunning either, just because it's random as heck as far as both getting Gao or Go-Go to use it, which is 50-50 every round, and then also for it to hit the right target on the final battles. Now, if you look at my VODs from yesterday, you can see my IOG run. It was actually a pretty good run. It's my fastest run that I've ever gotten on stream. I've never sub 220'd it before on stream. That's a big part of why I don't run IOG very much anymore, is just because I lose like at least 5 minutes right off the top because of streaming and trying to split my focus on chat questions and stuff, and that just makes it less fun to do runs. Alright, 2 dungeons left to go in World 2. And 2 more pianos as well, the first of which is right here. Piano flex! Alright, so let's see. Oh, there's other stuff I was supposed to buy here, actually. Wall. Hey, Sake, good evening, sir. So I should guess that that's Jenya's preferred kind of music. Hey, it's Eos. Gajris, which are known as Galek jellies, and remakes, which go very well with Galek peanut butter. Hey, Nymad the Lead. Yeah, I don't really see that many. Oops, I don't really see that many people run Terranigma anymore. Used to be a huge community for it. Oh yeah, that's coming up in like 3 weeks, I think. It's the 20th anniversary Terranigma race. It's gonna be on the RPG Limit Break channel. Yeah, that's probably part of it, I'm sure, because back when there was a lot more people running Terranigma was also before the birds became part of the route, at least in the way that they are now. Oh yeah, I think I remember Magus telling me that had to get shuffled around a little bit because of people working out for people to stream. Healing flex? It's always kind of an unfortunate thing about games getting pushed really hard, is that often tends to kill off a lot of interest in running them. Like, definitely curious to see if the Kefka at Narish race tournament revives interest in FF6 at all, just because ever since the LCC started seed manipulating it, I think that pretty much killed interest in the game. No one really runs it anymore other than him and Fothlo. I don't have an opinion on the Steam version yet because I have not played it. Also, it's kind of funny that they didn't update the battle background after the forest burns. Because you can, I mean, you don't have to do crazy, risky, or painful strats if you don't want to, but that really, I think that a lot of people feel pressured to use the fastest strats when they run games. Like it kind of feels like Chrono Trigger died off a lot after Lavos shell skip became a thing, even though barely anybody actually does it. I don't believe so. I think that's your first opportunity to get an Aegis shield. Yeah, because when it becomes a game that you can no longer just kind of practice a bit and then do a run, you actually have to grind out a lot of stuff on emulator to have to actually get the route to work as advertised. That's kind of a deal breaker for a lot of people, I'm sure. Let's see. I know, I mean, that's the, I mean, even if Lavos shell skip was easier to do, I would not want to do it, just because I don't like the way that the Lavos shell skip route for Chrono Trigger ends. It kind of feels less like an RPG run when you don't actually fight any kind of meaningful final battle. You're just doing a series of glitches to make the game end, basically. Because I really enjoy the Lavos shell fight, because it's just this, it's a half-hour long boss fight that kind of builds an intensity to the climax of the true shell. Oh, you've got Terizo's run, nice. would definitely be interested to see that. I mean, quite a few strats would imagine would be BS1A only, but I'm sure there'd be some useful stuff. Yeah, RPG runners are very fickle creatures as far as just kind of what holds people's interest or not. I remember seeing one of Terrazo's runs, I think before he got record. It just seemed really kind of strange to me that his times were so good when he wasn't seed manipulating, because Futami, who had the record before that, he did seed manipulation, and he did a whatchamacallit, 5-character route for the World of Ruin. And then Terrazo beat him with a 6-character route that had no seed manipulation, so. Of course, Futami's manipulation involved taking out the battery, which I think is actually banned now in the Nico community. Yeah, Farrell was talking about that the new, manipulation for Lufia 2 doesn't even require, like, resetting or anything. You just actually save the game, and that can, like, return the RNG to some state where then you can then manipulate the next fight afterwards. Yeah, Pandolum, I think, is the guy that's responsible for pretty much all RNG manipulation in all Lufia games. I think he found the Might Sword manipulation for Lufia 1. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's one thing that is kind of a pretty big turn-off to me for FF6 glitchless is a route that requires save scumming to get past the behemoth zones in Kefka's Tower. I kind of see part of the challenge of doing a glitchless route as being figuring out a way to deal with the behemoths rather than just avoiding them completely. Okay, so if anyone who hasn't seen an FF5 run before, that's meant to be a kind of a long cutscene where you have to do a couple thousand damage to NeoExdeath, and then there's a bunch of dialogue before the fight ends. But if you give Galoof the bone mail, which makes him undead, you can use a Phoenix down on himself to actually just end the fight immediately. Because the fight ends if you die, but you can't die from running out of HP because of how the fight's programmed. You could an even funnier way to end that is actually to cast Exploder, if you know that, but I don't, and it's much faster to just equip the bone mail. Oh, really? That's all? That's it? All you have to do is step on the save tile? Wow, that makes me kind of surprised that that hasn't even been that was only recently discovered. Because I would assume that the RNG manipulation that's already known was all done on emulator with RamWatch. So you'd think that whoever routed that out would have noticed what happens if you stand on a save point. Yeah, that's actually what happened that first round that I missed with the first Phoenix down. Well, the only wrong warp in DKC2 I can hit with any kind of real consistency is the slime climb one. That's probably the main reason why I've only sub-50'd twice, is because I can't do the Bramble Scramble warp consistently and I'm not willing to reset over failing it. Alright, enjoy tasty yummies, Sake. Good luck with the Kefka at Narshing. Oh, how did that finish anyway? Did you get Ice to it or something? I poked in a little bit when you were fighting Vargas, but I do some other stuff fairly shortly thereafter. Yeah, I had to game saver practice quite a bit in order to actually learn how to do any of the difficult, well, I don't do difficult tricks in DKC2, but the not easy tricks. Oh, that does sound like a very special way to end it, then Bannon getting caught. Sounds like a highlight-worthy thing, potentially, too. Alright, so it's time for NeoExdeath's castle now, which is one of the most complicated and intense dungeons in the whole game. I guess not. It's probably the most complex one outside of the Cleft of Dimension, the final battle, or the final dungeon. Yeah, the bots are so persistent today. For the record, I actually like this music more than the rest of the castle, too. Mostly because of the timpani in the background. Yeah, the thing about playing this game outside of Fiesta is if you know what you're doing, it's actually really, really, really easy. If you don't know what you're doing, it's really hard. No. Yeah, I wanted to name Bart's 16k exclamation points, but I forgot that in this patch you can't use numbers for Bart's name, so he ended up his purpose now is just to build hype for Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people that for whom the 4-job Fiesta was their first time ever playing this game. But you definitely, if you try to do that, I do say don't do it blind. I mean, you'll want to use FAQs and have people help you if you stream and stuff like that too. Just because you're gonna get walled on certain bosses if you try to do it blind as a 4-job Fiesta. Yeah, this castle has so many organs. Get a single dragon for the next battle, but it doesn't really matter if it has friends. If I'd have gotten that triple dragon battle for the first one, I would have taken it. Yeah, I'm using Pokemon strats for a panda. The current record actually doesn't do this, it just uses Gill Toss on a panda. Wall is kind of a short duration in this game, so I waited for my ATB to refill before doing this. So the Magic Dragon will only cast level 2 ult if you control or confuse it. It won't do it as part of its normal AI. Control. Varus is the only character in my party right now that can't learn Blue Magic. So that needs to hit somebody else. Okay, okay. Elixir drop too. Wish that actually meant anything. There wasn't really anything I could have equipped on Kara for the level 2 old learning fight that would have actually mattered. I picked the order for the games both based on like how much time I had to play, and I also just kind of ordered it so I do like the more popular game of the day second, so more people would see it. Because I'd have already been streaming for a couple hours. Motor drives, which will be back in FF7 to be a weapon for Tifa. It's time. I opened that to start this fight. This is completely optional, but I'm just doing it for fun. For this run, I'm doing my SGDQ route, where I do the extra Gilgamesh battles and actually fight NeoExdeath instead of skipping. nice to me so far. Okay, once he starts talking, that means his HP is gone, and I just need to wait out the rest of his dialogue. That's actually a good question. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a way to set up death by math on him, but that would be that would take the fun out of it, though, just because if you could kill him without all this dialogue, then, I mean, and you'd be skipping some of the music, then what's the point, really? This isn't meant to be a serious run. This is just kind of showing what speedrunning the game is like, and then having some fun with doing, like, the optional battles. The worst thing that he can do to me is to confuse one of my characters. By the way, it's pretty much the only thing he can do that would put me in any danger of losing. Now, enough expository banter. We fight like ladies and men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is morphing time. That's what he says when he transforms in the GBA version. Yeah, in a casual play, you'd want to steal from Gilgamesh every time you fight him. Here, you actually need to do it after he transforms, and you can get, because that's how you get Genji equipment in FF5. I want to say it's probably it's either the Genji glove or the Genji helmet that you get here. I know it's the shield from Void Gilgamesh, and then the armor from Necrophobe Gilgamesh. Well, I'm fighting him just for fun. It doesn't really add anything to the run. Be a frog. Well, you get. I mean, you don't actually have to even get Gilgamesh, but doing Necrophobe gets you a save point before the final battle. Alright, one of the hardest fights in the game cheesed out there. So, that's the next evolution of Death by Math, where I use level 2 old, which ignores immunities, to buffer down his level, basically. That's why I was trying to run away. I was counting the number of can't run messages to time when his level was 60, or it's 60. It's either 60 or 65. No. I want to run FF5 glitchless eventually, though. For that particular battle, it's after 6 can't run messages. Favorite job? I don't know. I mean, they're all good. if you use them in the right situation. Oh geez, yeah, Soul Cannon is so hard if you don't like have a really easy way to do thunder damage in large quantities. Yeah, Berserker is good in certain situations. I mean, Berserker I would say is most useful for like a lot of random battles, just because you can get a death pick in World 1, which has a pretty high instant death proc rate. I mean, there are definite places where Berserker is really, really, really bad, like Sandworm and against undead stuff. Just 'cause, I mean, you would just put a different weapon on for like Hiryu Mountain, just because if you death proc an undead enemy, it's a full heal. Cool, Phoenix. I mean, there's no... Yeah, I mean, Gilgamesh isn't working outside of 4-Job Fiesta season, but there's no reason you can't do one unofficially if you want. Yeah, I know. You can pretty much always assume that characters in JRPGs are like 10 years younger than they should be. Like the ages of the characters in FF6 is pretty ridiculous actually. Like both Terra and Celis are 18. Sure, don't act like it though. There's no encounters at this point, too, so there's no point in doing the menu trick. Yeah, I don't really buy Cecil being 20. Yeah, being able to actually use some of the equipment you can get like early on, like in Tycoon Castle, kind of makes it kind of interesting. Like being able to use like the Geomancer and Samurai weapons on Karula. Yeah, I'm sure Fusoya is like a 20-something. He's just aged really badly. I don't really have notes for this run that would make sense to somebody else. I think there's other people that do, though. Like, I think Deln has a guide, and Dragon LX, I think, does, too. how the antlion gets its pincers this far apart is an interesting conundrum. So I kill him and then he runs away, because he runs away as a death counter. Ooh, 600 viewer hype, nice. Thanks everybody for tuning in. This is the first game I'm running today. I'll be doing Chrono Trigger afterwards. Probably gonna take a short break to eat something before starting another 5-hour run though. Yeah, the Amano concept art for all of the just Final Fantasy characters period is pretty different than the actual game. Big's notebook probably has doodles of the Batman logo all over the place. Yeah, the Nintendo Power FF4 artwork is pretty special. Oh yeah, the twins look like Russian dolls, kind of. Or like something from The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. Trying to remember which other one was really, really special looking. Rosa, I remember having a really weird outfit. It's a hair faster to dismount Boko before going into the cave too. It skips a short cutscene. Oh, Sid is pretty special too. I've never heard that name before, Royal Blue. Has he or she done other stuff of note? Oh, anime? Okay. Someone might as well just link the whole thing too. I mean, there's a page on the Final Fantasy wiki that has all of the Nintendo Power artwork. Hey, Zaku. Wow, apparently he must have done the FF4 Nintendo Power artwork on an off day or something. I'm watching Villagin's FF13 escapades during cutscenes. Oh, that's right, yeah. Conan the Paladin. So Cecil, what is best in life? To crush the fiends and hear the lamentations, or what? Crush the fiends, see them at your feet, and hear the lamentations of their bats, I guess. What the famous Conan quote is. Okay, type music hype here, by the way, too. This is my favorite overworld theme of the game, and it's on one. It's at the near the top of my RPG overworld music list too. Hey Grim. And to avoid the standing directly in front of the master tree to skip a cutscene there. Well, everyone's entitled to an opinion. Hey, Happy. Alright, so now we're going to be starting to see Chemist Mix in action now that I've actually learned it. Samson Power is a pretty cheap and easy mix, which raises the user's level by 10, which is quite handy when the damage that Gil Toss does is based on your level relative to the enemy's defense. Yeah, everybody that runs SG3 these days seems to prefer the Archdemon story. I think that's just because that was the story that had the most resources available for it. This resurrection mix is life 2, and it's an instant kill to undead. Yeah, cause it's kind of interesting just because the current record for SD3, irrespective of stories, with the Dragon Emperor story. If you're really, really good, it is possible to get through this room without having to fight any of these, but it's not easy, and a bit random too, so you just take a route that guarantees getting out with only one fight. And if I use Bolt 3 Sword, I can one-shot it. That bottom one gave me a good pattern. Oh, I should probably have bone mail on. Dang it. Well, this could be a problem, but anyway. Alright, so high potion on this. I should have cast Life to revive her instead of Phoenix Down, so she's still in critical. I do want to get back into critical. So I wanted to get poisoned again. Just try this quick and see if I can have any chance at all of making it there and back. This is probably... I'm probably gonna have to Bolt 3 Sword again. If I don't get back into critical, I'm just going to keep having kind of cascading problems. You can miss, apparently. Okay, that's much better. Alright. Should be back on track now. Okay, I do want to be Blue Mage. Okay, that was all a screw up on my part by reviving Ferris with a Phoenix down instead of the life spell, just because the revival mechanics are different in this game than most other Final Fantasies, and that if you... Normally you get more HP when you revive with life, but in this game it's the other way around. If you want to still be in critical HP status, it has to be life instead of Phoenix down. Halloween costume, Palmer. Easy question. I don't know what the costume would be exactly, but it would be probably just like a brown suit. These Zephyr zones are pretty much impossible to run from if you don't have either escape or smoke. Yeah, I would need to work the truck into the costume somewhere. Hopefully I can at least get under 5 hours for this. I mean, this has been a very, very mistake-filled run. I haven't died yet, though, or had to reset and lose more than like a minute or so, though, so there's that at least. Yeah, I need to get a bat-shaped hole in the top of this pyramid and drop in to fight NeoExdeath. Well, the first thing I did was to forget to buy rods in Karnak before going to the ship, so I had to leave and come back. And let's see what else. Probably I had a pretty weird blooper where I was using the reset strats to manipulate the mini dragons, but after 2 packs of dragons, I kept getting the golem slash black flame encounter. So I just had to eat it and go through a bunch of Ramus to get to the next dragon pack. All the boss fights have been pretty clean though. And I also got first try Dark Shock on both Gilgamesh 3 and Adamos. Although I did lose a lot of time to Crayclaw, though. It's like 6th or 7th try steal, I think. It was really bad. Yes, buying ice rods in Karnak is a quite difficult endeavor. Oh yes, I'm finally noticing my my only FF5 themed shirt in my wardrobe. Yeah, there really needs to be like a Gilgamesh themed shirt or something at some point. Alright, that's effectively first try. Yeah. Never mind the fact that I've actually had this for like almost like 2 years or so. Or I got it after the first SNES FF relay, and I was actually on Team Wyvern. Oh, nice. Yeah, I approve Turbo Ruland. Well, that's been the hot question that everybody's been asking me today, is what I think about FF5 Steam, and answer is I do not have an opinion yet because I have not played it. Yeah, the background graphics and the enemy sprites from FF5 and 6 mobile look very nice. The PC and NPC face portraits are very, very silly looking though. Poor Moogles. Oh, please tell me that's Gestal's face portrait. Alright, so by the time I get into the cleft, it should be about like 4:26 or 7, I think. Get to the I mean, there are some. I don't know if I might go over 5 actually, mostly just because of that fiasco with the Steam ship, but we'll see. Oh, important detour to make here too. For one last time. Piano flex of mastery. The text when you master the piano on GBA is pretty special too, because it's like all shall kneel before your superhuman keyboard manipulation skills. Yeah, I'm doing Gilgamesh plus NeoExdeath, basically all the incentives that I did for SGDQ 2 years ago. Glad the game dropped my input to get on the airship there, because I spoiled it. Really should save before going in. Yeah, the hero song is what you get for playing all 8 pianos and then talking to the bard at Crescent. Yeah, I didn't want the Excalibur to mess with my equipment optimize. Made me pretty sad to see that there weren't any real incentives for the FF5 run in ESA, like nothing for Gilgamesh or NeoExdeath or anything. Yeah, it's the opposite of old. It causes your level to increase over time. It really makes NeoExdeath pretty easy if you use Hero Song for a while on NeoExdeath. Yeah, yeah. That's actually how I ended my run at Crystals for Life, since I hadn't learned how to actually fight Neo yet, so I actually killed, I kissed NeoExdeath and then got the final hit by throwing the Excalibur at him. It was a little interesting though, because I learned during practice that, well, yeah, Blink blocks throw in this game. So I had to punch him twice to make him lose Blink before I could actually throw the Excalibur and not have it miss. moss fungus, which is not something you want to run into for your family history if you've played Final Fantasy Tactics. I already have a ribbon, so I can skip this one. So yeah, the Cleft of Dimension is just a good old-fashioned boss rush. Quite a few interesting stats that I'm going to be employing. Become the cutest white mage ever. Easy enough. I used that dragon power to manipulate Caliphysteries' AI to bounce a buff off of Bart's instead of casting Wall on herself, which would have blocked level 5 Doom. Yeah, what Happy said. Dragoon is actually not quite as good as Kain in FF4 too, just as far as like just deep damage output too. Try to avoid the Omega Fist Pump. Time to use the Pokemon that I recruited back in NeoExdeath's castle. This is, well, no, this is not either a serious category for this game or a particularly good run either. Doing this to berserk him so that he can't counterattack. Yeah, that's actually what I had to do in my first 4-job Fiesta race with Dragon Dark last year, was jump over all of his Almagasts. It actually wasn't really that hard to time. It was still scary, because if I messed it up, then I was dead. Because that year I had nothing as far as jobs that would let me get really high HP without a lot of grinding. Hey Raptor. This is the Make Final Fantasy VI speedrunner jealous area too, just because these ninjas are in FF6 as well, and they're both inescapable and extremely dangerous too in the floating continent. Oh, thank you, Street Rat. Yeah, in both FF5 and FF6, the battle speed primarily affects enemies. It's a little more complex in this game, just because there's other stuff besides just how fast enemies go that's affected by the battle speed, but I mostly play on battle speed 4. Yeah. So for this fight, I'm going to be AI looping Catastrophe, so that all he does is dispel all Bartz's float instead of actually using his Earthquake move, which would be an instant game over if he'd actually did it. If you missed earlier explanation, Samson Power raises your level by 10 for the rest of the fight. And the damage that Gil Toss does is the formula is based on the user's level relative to the enemy's defense stat. There's an alternative strat for this that actually tries to use the old spell on him, and then use Death by Math. But if you get it at first try, it's faster than what I did there. But if you don't, then it's slower. Halicarnassus is basically more of the same. Only easier because I don't die if I mess anything up. Well, if I don't mess anything up, it's not in a major way. The hero drink does the same thing as Samson Power. It's 10 temporary levels. Karurururu is an onomatopoeia for the sound that frogs make in Japanese, basically. I find it kind of funny, too, that, yeah, praise the sun, the frog flex we're about to see here. Ooh. That Kara/Krill's name in the Japanese version is Karuru. I don't know if that's meant to be kind of a joke, that she's a frog or something, or if it's a coincidence or what. Pretty fun fight. This boss is really scary, so I'm just gonna hide like Edward did in my FF4 run last night. Past the dangerous parts of his attack pattern now. And when he starts charging Giga Flare, his stats and immunities change, and he goes from level 67 to 60. I have not, but Essentia actually did in her Forge Up Fiesta, I think it was last year, where she was fighting the level checkers in the barrier tower, and then they actually, one of them actually killed itself with death by math. I want a Genji shield. Yeah, being able to Toad Twin Tanya is pretty special, but no! He knows what game's coming up after this one. But unfortunately, he gets untoaded when he shifts back into his normal form. So you can't just completely cheese the fight by toading him. That just basically keeps him from Giga Flaring once. I don't think so. I think buffs are still preserved even if you die. I know that Magic Sword doesn't wear off if you die. Like if you die to the machine heads in the pyramid, you don't have to recast Bull 3 Sword. Yes, Happy. That was Happy's Twin Tanya experience during the Forge Up Fiesta race this year. That he managed to kill Twin Tanya in Toad form, so it still did the boss death animation despite being a Toad. I could figure out a way to beat Shinryu with this party, but it would actually be pretty boring, I think, because I would just berserk him and then just do death by bribery again, I'm sure. So here I'm using a glitch that I could actually use to skip NeoExdeath as well, but I'm not going to do that in this run. So this lets you. Kiss of Blessing is a buff that does Berserk, Blink, and Haste, but it's bugged in the in this version of the game so that it overrides Berserk immunity. So that's the fastest way I could find to win this fight without dying, basically, because if those barriers actually get attacks off, they all do Flare and Holy reflected off their barriers to which is a game over if it happens. I have to buff quite a bit to get through Necrophobe's defense too. He's got quite a bit. That should be enough. There's mixes for pretty much everything, actually. I have to look at the chart, though. Oh yeah, the reason I've minied Bards, too, is because in this game, mini doubles your evasion. And, having mini plus the Crystal or Genji shield gives you pretty much total evasion against physical attacks, and that only really affects the first round too, because when I use guard, that then nullifies any physical attack that actually got through his defense. Necrophobe does eventually use spells if he lives long enough, but he's not. Alright, time for the leading man to appear. And for me to just try to steal his Genji armor for lols. I'm not actually going to equip it. Yeah, shoutouts to telekinetic sunglasses. Might be able to cut the 5 in this run. All that's left is NeoExdeath. Probably gonna be tight though, if it's possible. Genji armor. Oh geez, yeah. Keeps going up. Thanks everybody so much for tuning in. I'm gonna take a quick break after this run and get a bite to eat, but after this I'll be starting up a Chrono Trigger run for the next part of my follower special. Yeah, it is a pretty long cutscene. I mean, I don't know, it's about maybe 5 minutes to fight NeoExdeath and NeoExdeath. Yeah, this is purely optional. The point of this is to get the final save point. After you get after Omega, both of the remaining save points in the cleft have mini bosses you have to fight to unlock them. I skipped the one that you have to fight Hazel Magia for. if you didn't actually open the chest for with Gilgamesh in NeoExdeath's castle, then Necrophobe just dies after his HP runs out, and you don't get these cool cutscenes. Yeah, I can't remember how long this cutscene is. Maybe like 5 minutes or so, or 4 or 5. I know it's shorter than the cutscenes before Zeromus, which are 6. Oh, nice, Abby. Yeah, that's probably the most fun way to take out Azulmagia is to cast self-destruct on him so that then he does it. Hey, Tenny. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's do this. Alright, that's actually pretty tight timing to get the death by math on NeoExdeath. Oh, hold on, let me turn down the volume a little bit. This is really, really loud. What is void? What is FF6 randomizer? Petrified that part. That's just to cut down on spell animations from Magic Barrier. Yeah, I was trying to run to buffer the level 2 hold, but now I'm actually trying to run in order to slow down XDeath, because I had to turn up the battle speed to 1 as part of the setup for Death by Math. So that makes him really, really fast, and buffering his character's menus appears gives me more time to input my commands without XDeath getting extra turns. Alright. Cut to 5! So I beat my SGDQ run by 4 minutes. That had 2 fairly costly deaths in it, though. I died in Exdeath's castle and did the pyramid. Oh, thank you everybody. Quite a bit of slop in that run, but getting a sub 5 with only 1 practice run I think is alright. Yeah, that's a big part of why when I return to this game I want to do glitchless, just because this is a much more satisfying end to the run than just breaking Exdeath's AI and then killing him without any kind of real challenge. I like how the strats for NeoExdeath actually tie together pretty much all of the previous boss strats leading up to him too, because like you're doing death by math, death by bribery, and like abusing status ailments, and also AI manipulation. Yeah, so I'm gonna let the ending play out and then go grab a bite to eat. So I will be back probably in about 20 minutes to start Chrono Trigger. What is my shirt? My shirt is my Team Wyverns shirt from when I was on Team Wyverns for the Final Fantasy Relay. Alright, so I'll be back in a little bit. Enjoy the ending while I'm gone.
Alright, who all's ready for some Chrono Trigger? Started as soon as the ending, or the intro plays out. Yeah, that intro definitely spoils some stuff if you haven't played the game before. Alright. The race category people do for this game is to defeat Magus. Kind of the problem with that, though, is that it's a lot less kind of beginner-friendly than Paladin Percent or Kefka and Nourish, because it's you do have to. There is some pretty difficult stuff that you have to do up until that point. I mean, in order just to even finish it at all, much less to get a good time. Maybe. I'd be a little surprised if that worked, though, just because, like I said, it's not really something you can just kind of do a few practice runs of and be good to go. There is some work you'd have to put into learning the boss skips. Yeah, this game has no community whatsoever in Japan, whereas Chrono Cross definitely does. I think probably the main reason is just that Chrono Cross kind of it fits the style of games that the Japanese RPG community prefers a lot better, as far as being a game that you do not have to use glitches in order to have it kind of feel like a speed run, and there's a lot of routing options as far as characters you use and elements, setups, and stuff like that. You know, Abda's record at all endings is like 8.5 hours or something like that. If you use glitches, you can get all the endings surprisingly fast. Yeah, 100%, which is the run I'm doing now, it's all side quests defined by the Guru of Time. So you're doing pretty much everything there is to do in the game in one file. You don't have to do New Game Plus or anything involving getting multiple endings. So my PB at this is 4 hours and 41 minutes, although that's with skipping the second and third forms of Lavos using a overflow glitch. I'm not going to do that in this run, just to make the end of the run more exciting, and get to hear some sweet music for more than a few seconds. Well, yeah, I knew that juror was bugged, but
I figured anything you could do to manipulate it would actually be slower than just hoping that he votes your way. Yeah, the extra quests added to the DS version would not be fun to speedrun at all. Well, there you go. I mean, you save like 8 seconds if you get guilty, and actually rescuing the cat would probably take like maybe 15 or so. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, I would assume that if there was anything you could do with the cat girl that would actually get guilty and have it be faster than just hoping that the bug goes your way, then that would be in the route. Secret of Evermore has a couple active runners, like Meta Sigma runs it the most right now, I think. So for a lot of the battles in this game, I'm going to be doing RNG manipulation to control the outcome. This is part of setting it up here. Ah, it's too slow setting it up there. I would have been pretty surprised if I'd have actually gotten this skip without any kind of warm-up. Before I do a run of this game alone, I always practice that and some of the other harder enemy dodges. That would also be an instant reset if that happened in a DB attempt. I mean, I lost a few seconds from having to run from that fight, but that also messed up the RNG manipulation a little bit for the next battles. It's not going to cost a ton of time, but just a few seconds here and there, which, I mean, with how early in the run this is, if I fail that, I just start over. Well, I mean, I am, I do have a modded Super Nintendo that gives me component video, so this is basically the highest quality video you can get from the SNES console. I'm a swell guy, and I'm giving that to you, too, instead of myself, because I'm actually just playing on a CRT TV with composite video, which is lower quality. Oh, really? I've actually never done that. So she walks down instead of left. Well, yeah, so then she doesn't, like, squash Chrono, I guess. Yes, but that's not happening. I mean, I have no chance whatsoever of getting the record without using the Elixir glitch on Lavos. It depends on the game. I mean, the big advantage of CRT TVs is that they don't have any input lag. So, I mean, it depends on, like, just how kind of input sensitive the game is. Like, this would be pretty hard to do with input lag, just because some of the enemy dodges and boss skips have kind of tight inputs. And yeah, I mean, there's no rule that you have to have splits or even a timer at all. I mean, that's both for kind of viewer convenience and also for the runner to be able to kind of tell how they're doing overall. Like a lot of Japanese speedrunners don't use splits, they just use a flat timer for their whole run. Yeah, I do have a hard time watching, like, especially streams of RPGs that don't have splits. I mean, I get that the runner can often tell on their own how they're doing, but it's just, I feel it's kind of inconsiderate to viewers to not use splits. So these battles I'm fighting in Guardia Forest are just to get, to learn Cyclone and Flame Toss before I enter the Cathedral. So this fight's a little off because I failed the bird skip, but I still avoided getting slowed, which is the main point. Well, slowed earlier in the fight. Yeah, when I've done runs where I've continued past failing the bird skip, I've been able to get the three-way hit with Firewhirl earlier on, but I mean, it's not something I've ever practiced, so I don't really know the timing. The reason I'm shortening the names starting from the front in this game is because if you shorten from the back, like in other RPGs, the game inserts null characters in there, so it doesn't actually speed up how the game draws text boxes with the character name in it. G. Frog G. Yes, OS Frog indeed. Yeah. Yeah, that's one downside to to Valkyrie profile is just, I mean, it's just so many cutscenes before you actually just get to start playing the game. I mean, in like a speed run where you're just going through as fast as you can, it's still over half an hour before the run really starts, which is, it's unfortunate, but I mean, it's a game where a lot of the kind of power of it is in its storytelling. So that means pretty heavy cutsceneage. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it once you actually get to play in the game. It still didn't kill him. Chrono still has his starting weapon. If I was still on the right RNG seed, then Frog would have crit and killed both of the Diablos. Oh yeah, I mean, if the game was more popular for speedrunning, I could definitely see people wanting to just kind of do a no intro category for the game. For better and worse. Oops. Alright, so here's a series of glitches I'm setting up. Sorry, I don't need to reach for the reset button in this game. Alright, so what I did was I triggered the loading zone for this room, and then interrupted it by opening the menu, and then by buffering my movement while opening and closing the menu, I could move while doing so, and then if I was standing on that save point when I released it and let the game complete loading the Acro room, I glitched the game so that I can save anywhere, not just on save points. And if I save and reload the game inside the trigger zone for the Acro fight, I can gain movement control, and I'm not supposed to have it. And then rescue the real Chancellor and advance the story without ever actually fighting him. So I'm already a minute behind a good pace for this point, just because of failing the bird skip, if that's any kind of sign of how much time the RNG manipulation saves. Yeah, crazy running Luca is kind of more of a marathon, like a live marathon type thing, just because it wastes quite a bit of time, as silly as it is. I actually don't even, I've never actually done it myself too. It's kind of a Sanchez thing. Yeah, that's one problem with Valkyrie Profile, is that it's pretty darn hard to figure out how to actually get the best ending without like a guide or something. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're not into guides, I would recommend playing through the game blind, and then you'll almost certainly get the normal ending. But after you've beaten it once, I would then look at an FAQ to see what the requirements for the best ending are, and then play again and do it, if you're interested at least. Yeah, my one and only playthrough of Covenant of the Plume was A ending. My favorite like zone in this game would probably be the Dark Ages, but I don't know. That's not by a huge margin or anything. So saving and reloading is part of doing this skip here. And then I also timed the load to manipulate to get myself back on the RNG manipulation route. Oh, nice. I've only actually done Seraphic Gate and Valkyrie Profile 1. I didn't enjoy Valkyrie Profile 2 quite enough to want to power level to be able to do Seraphic Gate. Oh yeah, in the Seraphic Gate you mean? I'm sure there are. I mean the Seraphic Gate's always pretty funny as far as the game devs kind of making fun of themselves in their game. I think it's not, although I guess Valkyrie Profile 1's Seraphic Gate isn't quite as much like that as 2's. I never actually did 2's, but I watched some videos of some of the bosses. I loved 1's just because of actually getting to have kind of the dream team of Freya, Lizard, and Brahms. Oh, yeah, I bet. I wonder if there ever actually is going to be a Valkyrie Profile wrist. I don't know, it kind of seems like, Enix? I forget who exactly made or published the VP games, but kind of seems like they've moved on from the series. Alright, so the goal of the trial here is to get found guilty, because that saves a bit of text in the next cutscene. But like Sanj Merchant was talking about earlier, the second juror is bugged, and for a reason I don't really understand, has a random verdict, and the second juror determines the outcome. Oh yeah, Triace. I knew that. Yeah, Triace. Yep. Triace also made the Star Ocean series. Alright, so I get not guilty. Absolutely fine to get not guilty in a marathon style run. Maybe. I mean, it would feel kind of pointless to do that, though. I mean, there's already so many kind of better incentives in this game for a charity event. Although the one that I probably get asked the most about is if I'd ever like make fighting Magus and after the Blackbird an incentive or not, and the answer to that is a pretty emphatic no. Not because the fight is hard, but just because not having Magus for the next part of the game would make it more grindy. Alright, so right here, this text right here is added to the cutscene if you got not guilty. In a casual playthrough, you'd want to be not guilty just because you get some free ethers, depending on how not guilty you were, but I'm not actually even going to pick them up just because I don't need them. As far as I know, nobody's actually routed a Fight Magus route. Or given it any kind of real serious thought. Where do you think you're going? This makes me think about one of the bosses from the Simpsons arcade game. So here I'm using the fade out glitch again to skip a battle with 2 guards. Doing the skip doesn't really save that much time over just getting the fight, but I need to do this as part of the manipulation route for the dragon tank. Yeah, prisons in this game are extremely incompetent. Oh, almost got caught there. Yeah, sorry, Fritz. Better luck next time. Let's get more fights there. Yeah, the Dalton soldiers prove their superiority to the Chancellor of Guardia and the Reptites by actually taking away your equipment. Hey, Lewis. Going pretty good. My day job is I'm an information technology professional. Alright, so that looked very scary, but if I'm following the manipulation, all of these, I mean, I only heal if proactively if I need to avoid having characters die when I don't want them to. So everything that happened in that dragon tank fight was planned, as far as like when I got critical hits, what the dragon tank did every turn. I just skipped a little bit of text there. Probably never. I can't say that streaming full-time interests me. I like doing it as a hobby, rather than something that I'm obligated to do on a regular basis to make money. I mostly do data center server engineering. VMware, like pretty much everybody else in the industry. Hey, Kilmone. Yeah, the Chancellor face is pretty spectacular. Running that rat steal for me on purpose, because while that message is up, I can avoid a battle trigger that would otherwise be forced. Alright, that was pretty good, Lab 16. Yeah, I'm playing on my SNES console. Everything I stream is on console unless I say otherwise in the stream title. Chrono Cross is a very good soundtrack too. I mean, I won't. I prefer triggers over crosses, but I mean, Cross is a good choice too. All right, later, Turbo Ruined. Have a good night. So what I just did there too is I remapped my controls so that I reversed the menu and OK buttons, and that's so that I can skip the Guardian here. There's a gimmick to this room where if you open the menu, you get forced into a battle with robots. But the way it's programmed is that the robots appear if you press the X button, which is the default menu button, not if you actually open the menu. Yeah, I mean, Chrono Cross is it's a really good soundtrack, but the reason why Trigger edges it out a bit for me is just that the really good parts of the soundtrack you don't really get to hear that many times, because I'm not too big a fan of like the normal battle or boss themes in Chrono Cross. I mean, the special themes like for like Miguel, Dragon God, Fate are all out of this world, but those are just used once each. And like some of the dungeon themes and overworld theme, like Dream of the Shore bordering another world, I think is what the another world overworld theme is called. They're all absolutely gorgeous. But I mean, in an RPG, generally, what you're going to be hearing the most is the battle and boss themes, and I think Chrono Trigger has better iterations of those than Cross does. Even the Game Over theme in Chrono Cross is gorgeous too. It's just this kind of melancholy guitar arrangement of one of the game's main musical themes. No, I have not played Steam FF5 yet. I will at some point though. Maybe for 4-Job Fiesta next year, just to try something different. Slow and getting there to beat that robot cycle. Yeah, well, if you're the player, then yeah. I mean, like, that's why I don't like the forest theme in Donkey Kong Country 2, even though most other people do, because the forest theme is the theme for Webwoods, which is the hardest and most frustrating level to speedrun in the game. Yeah, if anyone hasn't already, I definitely encourage them to listen to the full version of Frog's theme from the soundtrack, as opposed to what's actually in the game. The full version has a extended intro that makes it a lot more epic. I know, it's just kind of amazing just to really think about how much emotion can be put into a game with just small sprites like this has, between the music and some of the facial expressions and movements that they give them. Final Fantasy VI is the same way. It's definitely pretty hard not to feel anything during the first time you see the Phoenix cutscene in FF6. Speaking of Chrono Cross, by the way, too, I like to think of the Highwayman boss that you fight in Chrono Cross as being Johnny gone bad. Johnny's evil twin or cousin or something. I love the Dead Sea, which is where that is, by the way, too. It's one of my favorite dungeon type areas in any RPG, just because it's just such a unique and very kind of unnerving concept to have a dungeon that's the end of the world, frozen in time. And just like many things, the music really kind of is part of the equation too. 'Cause it's got really haunting music. Robo-roll. Oh really? Yeah, I'm kind of curious what, because I mean that was just so weird because that's never failed me before, that resetting didn't force the next fight to be dragons. Because when you reset the game, it's supposed to start over from the start of the encounter table. I don't know if maybe if I was maybe supposed to actually like shut down the game and leave it off for like 15 seconds or something in order to completely clear out the memory, like you do if you want to try to restart the seed counter in FF4, but that would be kind of lame if that were actually required, because part of the point of resetting is to get your grinding done faster. Yeah, he's 9 instead of O, by the way, because this game doesn't let you have multiple characters with the same name, and Chrono is already O. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, I think, had I reset before that point? I mean, I screwed up. Oh yeah, that's right, I reset on Liquid Flame, which I've never actually done before, so that was something very different about that run. Hey, Omni. No, it shouldn't. There's a separate run for all endings, if that's your thing. The record for all endings, like 8.5 hours, I think. Alright, so this is one of the most obnoxious fights in the game, just because of how random it is. There's nothing manipulatable about this, just because of the slime colors being random. This is a pretty kind of average fight here. That was a pretty long-range swing there. This is a pretty mediocre acid alkaline fight. Getting a good one is pretty hard though, just because you have to get lucky both with the colors of the slimes, then also how much damage you do to them. Like you need to see like some 5s and up with your hits in order to kill them quickly. That's easier to do on the green ones too, because they have less defense. I know, yeah, I mean, if people play Chrono Cross expecting Chrono Trigger 2, they'll be disappointed pretty much without exception. I mean, it's a good game in its own right, but it's not really a good sequel to Chrono Trigger. I'll be streaming for about another like little over 4 hours or so until the end of this run, which takes about 5. Probably the thing about Chrono Cross that disappointed me the most after playing this game was just the lack of double and triple techs. I mean, the game does have a few, but like they're pretty trivial compared to how much you use them in this game. That's kind of my outlook towards Final Fantasy VIII, actually, that I didn't really like it too much after playing it the first time, but I've warmed up a little bit since then, because I mean, just like probably a majority of people that have played the game, I got kind of stuck into the thinking that I had to draw grind 100 spells whenever I learned, well, not 100, I guess not to say 100, but draw grind lots of new spells whenever I had new ones opened up to me, which gives the game absolutely horrible pacing. I mean, if you actually use like the magic refine abilities and stuff, that helps a lot, but the game doesn't do a very good job of kind of teaching you that that's how you're meant to play it. Fun guy, yeah. Oh, fun guy. Alright, so if I don't make mistakes, the main thing that can go wrong in this fight is Luca dying, which these robots will get, our series will get 6 attacks total if I execute the fight well. And if all 6 of them hit Luca, that will kill her, but if all 6 of them hit Chrono, he'll barely survive it. I'm splitting up my attacks between the 2 rows of them to manipulate their AI, as far as like which attacks they can use on me and run. Okay, so all 6 hit Chrono there. It felt, yeah, like he only has 12 HP left. If that had all hit Luca, then she'd have died. Both FF8 and Chrono Cross are on PSN, I believe. Pretty much all PlayStation 1 Square RPGs are now, I think. Well, if you take Marley, though, you have healing, though. Although, I mean, assuming you don't have, mid-tonic. Well, I don't think you can actually buy mid-tonics by this point, though. Unless you got them from the, prison warden. Haha, nice, Jose Phoenix. Do you mean this bucket here? Alright, so Specchio's form is based on your party leader's level. So it kind of surprises a lot of people that have never seen a speedrun of this game before that there's actually Frog Specchio. I believe Chrono's level has to be 10 or lower, I think, to get Frog Specchio. Which you would already be above that if you've been playing normally and actually fighting the encounters. Anybody feels inspired to do so, feel free to help me out by walking around the corner of the room you're in. I assume no responsibility for any injuries that may result, though. Ah, yes, I've done everything there is in this game. I'm pretty sure, just like most other people, the way I grinded to level 99 in order to get to new Specchio is the conveyor belt and the Genodome. Oh, it's okay. It's 1 to 9. Figurative circles I'll accept too. Well, if I was actually doing all 6 of these games in one sitting, I would definitely accept being called crazy. But I'm actually just doing 2 games a day over the weekend to make it a little more fun. And not damage my sleep schedule and health in the process. I'm still up, by the way. I mean, my Twitch dashboard is saying I'm offline. Well, it says 696 viewers, and okay, there it goes. So to say my Twitch dashboard was showing offline for a few seconds. $2 a.m. your time. Are you in Japan or something? Or Australia? Because it was noon my time when I started it. Yeah, I guess 2 hours. Yeah, because the way I usually calculate Japan time is just add 2 hours to mine and then flip AM and PM. Yeah, that's why I don't really think this game would work too well for like a tournament or something. Just because of how involved the RNG manipulation can be. I mean, there's backup strats for pretty much every fight that uses it, but you're in no way going to be able to compete with someone that can do the manipulation if you can't yourself, though, is the problem. Wasn't expecting to get that first try with no practice. That still doesn't... I'll try loading it this time, but that still doesn't feel like the right positioning. Yeah. This is one of the harder skips in the game, by far. Okay, I definitely have it now. Okay, so I just skipped Hekran. He's actually a pretty nasty boss if you actually fight him with speedruns levels. Round 2 bird skip. This is the one that doesn't matter for the RNG manipulation route, though. And of course I get that one. Oh, I think I might have to just go with the lady that's in my timer as far as who gets the hug. She didn't get one at SGDQ. It's Marley, yeah. I have a shirt with that same design on it, too. If you don't have either Barley or Luca in your party, then you get a much shorter cutscene, which is what you would want to do in a PB attempt. I don't know. I don't stream at a very high bit rate, so yeah, it might blur the picture a bit too. So I'm making a pit stop at the cathedral here to activate the save anywhere glitch again, because that glitch gets deactivated if you enter a screen that has a save point in it. So I set it up for doing the Hekran skip, then I lost it at the end of time. I stream at 1,000. My internet can't really handle much more than that. I'm just gonna restart. I'm just gonna start this over because I went up too high. Should have just gone for the backup strat anyway. Oh, I didn't get it? Wow. Yeah, this is actually pretty hard. Thought for sure I had it. Try one more time. That might have been a miss too. Oh, okay. First time I missed it and reset, I probably was only off by 1 pixel, because I couldn't tell the difference between the miss and the success. So here I'm glitching out my character's equipment so that they get a boost to their magic stat and resistance to all of the elements in the game except for fire. Because you're not normally able to take off equipment completely in this game. Yeah, I think the only time that my resolution or my bitrate actually kind of causes issues is for really busy stuff like the backgrounds for the Zeromus and Lavos core fights. Oh, and I just clipped through the mountain there and skipped 2 fights in a cutscene with that reload. Really important to avoid the battle trigger on this screen because you have like 5 battles back to back or so, and if I failed that dodge I would actually just reset back to the save I made at the start of the mountain, and that would be getting back up there would be faster than doing the fights. Mountains are nice, by the way. mountains are nice, guys. Magic tab is actually just something I do for a tiny bit of extra safety later on. It isn't a normal part of the route. I'm putting them to sleep so that they won't counter me. Well, I should say the one on the right is the one with the counter. Alright, boss battle 2. Good fight. Sadly, a 107 is not a particularly good time for this. But, that's what failing the bird skip at the start and then failing the Hekran and Zombor skips a few times each will do. So this is that's kind of a big part of why I was saying earlier that I don't really think this is a particularly beginner-friendly speedrun, just because all of the stuff that I lost time to is not easy to do first try, and again, it's okay as far as still being able to finish the run even if you have mistakes like that, but it just eats up a lot of time, and I could see kind of pretty new players getting walled like for a really long time on like Hekran and Zombor. Ooh, 700 viewer hype too, nice. Thanks everybody so much for watching. About to find out if it's officially the run or not, too. If I see a new in Frog's Forest. This is the jerky I was supposed to be giving to the soldiers on Xinan Bridge, but because I skipped giving the jerky to the Knight Captain, I still have it, and I can turn it over here and save a bit of time during the Son of Sun side quest later. Well, Nizbel 2 is actually not a problem because I can actually skip him, and it's actually a fairly easy skip too. Not Nizbel 1 though. He's the next boss I'm actually going to be fighting. Also, nice moonwalk by Luca there. No news is bad news. Three more chances, though. It's 1 out of 8 odds every time I go through here. It also, oh, by the way, it also doesn't actually mean anything as far as the run itself. It's just a sign of good luck that if you see a new. Yeah, New Game Plus. How does a I mean, I'm guessing a low-level game would mean like no experience outside of what you can get from bosses. I mean, if so, that would be kind of interesting in the light of the fact that you can skip bosses. Not all of them, of course. I mean, just the ones I've been skipping in this speedrun. Alright, so the manipulation for this next fight here with the reptites is actually pretty difficult. Let's see if I get it. It's always really hard to tell if I'm actually on the right seed after that first fight or not, too. I don't really get a good cue until after I get to the Reptite's lair. So I need to make sure to get Marley out of the party before I get to Ioka, because I'll get a much slower version of the feast cutscene if I have Marley and Luca for my party. Chrono Crusade, is that a ROM hack or something? I've never heard of it. I've never actually played any ROM hacks of this game or any other RPG though, only of Mega Man games. Yeah, time for soup. Oh, anime, okay. No, I have not seen it. It's pretty debatable how to pronounce her name. I've always called her Marley, but I hear a lot of people call her Mar or Marley too. I mean, it's a bad translation is what it is. I mean, in the Japanese version, her name is Maru, and her princess name is Marudia. So how they go from Nadia to Marley is just kind of lost, something that's lost in translation. Yeah, everybody's enjoying soup while watching the stream. Meryl, yeah, I've heard that one too. I think that's how Abda pronounces it actually, Meryl. Make sure I'm doing the right party swaps here too, just because this is where the route starts to diverge a little bit from the any % route, which is the category I've been running more recently. I haven't actually done a full 100% run since SGDQ. Because in the any % category, you need Marley to be in your party at this point in order to gain tech points towards learning haste. Whereas here, the tech points route is based around Luca learning Flare in the latter part of the run. So Luca gets as many tech points as possible. Well, I think for this part of the run, it isn't quite... The tech points aren't quite as relevant as just not minimizing party swaps. Because you do need Luca for fighting Nizbel. Alright, so this next fight here is going to tell me whether I'm still in the right RNG manipulation for Nizbel or not. If I'm not, it's not the end of the world, I'll just lose time on the fight. Okay, 34 is good, that's what I want to see. Try Adivino's method for this fight now. Just to wait, instead of having Ayla attack immediately, to wait for Chrono's ATB bar to refill and then have Ayla attack. Because the timing actually to kill that Megasaur before it recovers from the lightning stun is actually kind of tight, and doing it that way lets you buffer Chrono's attack and get it. I mean, it's not even... I mean, I've never really had trouble with the older setup. It was just a little scarier. As far as I know, none of the glitches work in the DS version, because the whole battle system was kind of recoded from scratch in order to add the touchscreen controls. Glitches all do work in the Virtual Console version, though. I don't know about the PlayStation version, and I don't care. I mean, that's a horrible part of the game because of the loading times. So here I'm manipulating Ayla getting critical hits on his bow to get a pretty easy 2-cycle. Good fight. That's actually a pretty trivial fight if you're on the right manipulation, just because there's no tight inputs or anything. Everything you do is all buffered during animations, kind of like the Dragon Tank. DKC2 isn't going to be until tomorrow. There's the schedule for my follower special. Oops, I wasn't ready for that. You can skip that text there if you zigzag through the door. So doing that swap there lets me glitch with this cutscene and speed it up a bit by having nobody help Melchior. Corridors are time hype, by the way. We'll be hearing a little more of that later, though sadly not enough. Oh nice, DJC. Yeah, SD2 SNESs are worth their weight in gold if you're a speedrunner or just interested in playing like ROM hacks or translation patches on console. Oh cool, Wade Daniel Smith, yeah. Some of the tricks I'm doing are actually pretty difficult, but I mean, if you're not on the clock, as in you're not speedrunning the game, then it's whatever. If it takes you like 10 minutes to skip Heckran, then oh well. Just need to do it once and then move on. Alright, 2 for 3 on bird skips. That's a good one to get to because it saves me having to reload outside Magus' castle, assuming I got the right manipulation for Nisbel. Yeah, I mean, because ideally, the reset that I did on Denadoro before Massa and Mune actually is going to manipulate everything up through Magus actually. I don't believe the current firmware for SD2 SNES supports save states, but SD2 SNES is compatible with Game Saver, so if the game that you want to use supports the Nakitech Game Saver, you can combine the two together to make kind of ghetto save states. I mean, I think a big value of the SD2 SNES, though, is being able to have multiple copies of the ROM so that you can have a library of save files. Like, for this game, I've got like 10 different copies of it, each one with different save files that I use for practicing different skips and fights that are inconvenient to practice on emulator because of input lag. Like, I would never, ever practice, like, Heckran and Zombor skips on emulator. If I'm making practice saves or something, I just kind of save state scum my way through those skips because of the different timing. Yeah, SD2 SNES is by far the best Super Nintendo flash card in the market. I hope the firmware eventually allows for built-in save states. And a nice little perk too, actually, is that you can get around games that have copy protection chips in them, because like I can't actually use my original DKC2 cart with my Game Saver because I think it has a copy protection chip that causes the game to reset within like a minute of turning on with the Game Saver connected. But if I play it with my SD2 SNES, then I can do it for save state practice. Oh, nice, Wade Daniel. Yeah, it takes a little work to get the hang of. It's a lot easier if you, when you know that you can buffer the menu input. So, like for the first half of it, you press left and then hold it. Or I'm sorry, you press right and then hold left and X at the same time, in order to buffer opening the menu in the first frame that you start moving left. And it's the same for the second half of it, only you're holding right instead of left. Oh, SMRPG doesn't work on SD2 SNES? That's kind of a bummer. I've never actually tried to play it because I have an SMRPG card and I've never speedran it. That would be kind of bad actually for trying to practice the game too, just because I know there's a lot of really difficult enemy dodges in that game for the speedrun route, and I I don't know, you'd probably just have to either do emulator. Aw, no news. Yeah, it's not officially the run then. Or make use of your extra save files, I guess, as far as what you practice. This cutscene's pretty funny, by the way. If you with an older version of the Zombor skip, there's still dead knight bodies on the bridge during the flashback. I don't think there's going to be an 18K special. I'll probably do one for 20 though. Why he doesn't just do this to cut Magus's castle in half and spare you having to go through it is, well, who knows. Yeah, the anime version of that scene in the remakes is pretty epic too. So I should still be on the right manipulation, so I'm just I'm taking a safety save, but I don't have to reload here. Alright, time for one of my favorite parts of the run, Magus's castle. It's one of my favorite parts of the game normally, too. Yeah, it is kind of cartoony gargoyle. I'll agree with that. Soup. Yeah, that was actually Coke Zero. Yeah, my PB for 100% is 441. For any percent, it's 259. So yeah, here's where if I was doing any percent, I would need to bring Marley in to get tech points from the next couple fights. Yeah, the soup in the soup drinking game is pretty heavily implied to be alcoholic. So, Flea is a pretty special fight. I'm going to be glitching out Flea's AIs, and you'll see what the outcome of that is. Thank you, Magus, for the host. Flea's AI is locked basically now. Play am, yes. And that was a fight. Flea is very nasty if you fight legit though, just because of counterattacks mostly and status effects. It's quite nice to be able to trivialize that. Evening Magus. Thank you for the host. I see you're sending people to watch me pay a visit to your castle. Oh, you died in the weekly race? That's too bad. But it was to Slash, I'm guessing, or did you somehow die to Flea? I don't think that's happening, Two Stoves, but thanks. I mean, the game I was playing that I had the biggest shot at PBing in was Final Fantasy IV. That's the game that I have the weakest PB in. The last 2 runs, actually, I haven't even been using routes that are designed to go for a PB or record, just because I want to guarantee being able to finish and have some fun in the process. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do it. So I'm manipulating this fight too, although it's considerably more involved than Flea was. Here I'm manipulating Frog getting a lot of critical hits, and then Slash not using his nastier attacks. Nice, 2 staves, yeah. Better late than never is what I always say whenever people like apologize to me for not having played this before or other like classic games that I've run. It's never too late. Oh, he's got a Mr. Popo face, I think. Yeah, Ozzy, Flea, and Slash are a optional battle in Chrono Cross. Might be New Game Plus only, too. Yeah, Frog is in Poison Dart Frog mode, aka Berserk. Alright, so this is starting to look a little scary, but it's actually all going according to plan. And we win. Easy every time. Well, easy almost every time. I mean, this fight is easier in 100% than any percent because of being able to have Robo throw the second mid-tonic instead of Chrono. Yeah, this is Super Nintendo version. Hey, Yada. So how did the weekly go? It's gonna be another 2 weeks before I can potentially join it, just because I was doing this today, and then next weekend I'm gonna be out of town. I think my PB killed Slash at a roughly 140, so I'm about 4 minutes behind, I think. 4 out of 8 people died? Wow. That is harsh. My goal for this run is sub 5 hours, so I'm definitely still on pace to get that. I mean, I can drift about like 10 minutes behind and still be okay. Oh, isn't Groundius kind of new to the game, too? Some of the enemy dodges here are pretty hilarious. Oh, wow, 157's a really good time for a first race. I think that was that was the time I got the last time I joined the weekly, where I had a really bad run that failed all of the manipulation pretty much. This dodge is pretty classic too. Yeah, you can only trigger that a lot of the fights if you're moving, basically when you touch an enemy. And since I was standing still, it just clipped right through me. Yeah, I still need to learn the damage list strat for this fight. Next time I try to PB, I will definitely be doing that. That cost me some time on my any % PB that I had to reload before Magus because of getting the seed messed up on this fight. Oh, you actually fought Hekran? Assuming you didn't safety save before the skip. Oh, Red Slash died to Slash. I guess that's kind of fitting that he had to face his nemesis. Yeah, avoiding the... that's a huge part of speedrunning this game, by the way, is just avoiding the regular battles. It's a lot of the fun of the game too for me, is all the fancy schmancy movement tech to avoid encounters. Avoiding battles should be the same on DS Chrono Trigger, but glitches do not, as far as I know. As far as I know, the fact that the battle system was recoded from scratch to add the touchscreen controls fixed all of the glitches. Oh, I'm getting the Wonder Shot and using it. Don't you worry. And I'm gonna try to kill Lavos with it too. Yes, the DS version's kind of the ultimate version of the game for casual play, in my opinion, because it has all the anime scenes added from the PlayStation version, but it has reasonable loading times. It's got some other extra quests added too. They're kind of hit or miss on if they're actually fun or not, but they're optional, so you don't have to do them. Okay, 119 is what I want to see on that hit there. Showing me that I'm on the right seed for Magus. Yeah, there's an extra ending added and an extra extra super boss, the Dream Devourer. Yeah, they should be Epistel. Essentia's kids already know quite a bit about this game at their young ages. Alright, who's ready for some epic battle music? I always am. Oh, but it... Wow! You know what might actually help if I brought Robo to the fight. Jeez. That was special. Hold on, let me get my timer up. I haven't done that for quite a while. And I actually healed. Oh yeah, I mean I take every safety save I can get because of how unforgiving some parts of this run can be if you mess up manipulations or other stuff. Alright, so that wasted about like 2 minutes or so there. Nice. Well, hopefully it's only twice, because if I messed up the load, then I'll have to do it again. Yeah, if I do the backup, the critical hits are in a slightly different order, but the fight still plays out the same. Hey, Momop. Pretty much all the fights are. There's some exceptions, like the acid alkaline fight in the factory, most of the fights in the Black Omen. Those are probably the biggest ones, 100%. Pretty much every boss fight has backup strats though, if you fail manipulation. Yeah, the best place to farm speed tabs is the panels in the Black Omen. Kind of a shame that I lost some time because of forgetting to party swap before the fight, but oh well. Classic 157 Megas. My PB is a low 152, so yeah, about 5 minutes behind. Alright, I will be back in just a second. Yeah, that cutscene is the best part of the run for going AFK for a little bit. Hey, Sandballin'. Oh. Two soda cans and starting a water bottle now. Yes, it is very okay to have watched me all day. This fight looks like you can avoid it by just walking around the ape, but you actually can't. You'll get forced in if you try. I think I moved 3 pixels instead of 2 there. I've had much more consistency trying to set up that skip by running into the corner, going down, and then trying to tap 2 pixels over and go up. But just like every other skip I've failed in this run, I mean, I'm not really expecting to get it when I haven't warmed up at all. Messing it up by 1 pixel. Okay. Well, if you're in Japan, that sounds like a pretty wise call, Sashura. There's Twitch streams around the clock, so I would not feel obligated to stay up all night to watch some specific person. The second one's, I think, is a lot easier than the first one, just because there's stronger visual cues for lining it up with the floor patterns. If I hadn't failed that first battle skip, I'd probably be getting the critical hits with Ayla here. But I just do Fire Whirl as a backup if I'm off. Okay, that bites me every now and then that I just can't run for some reason. I blame Everhate for that. Woman, I don't remember that actually. Was that in like Abda's run of this? About 2 years ago? Well, if I was doing a glare, I wasn't aware of it. This is a teleporter maze, though it is quite difficult, as you can see. This fight is avoidable, though it's pretty difficult, and I need some extra tech points for learning spin cut and Rollo kick, so I just fight it. Yeah, this game was run by Essentia in 2011, by Abda in 2014, and by Essentia and me this year. Yeah, according to her video comments. Yeah, nice. Wonder if we can push 800 by the end of this run. Oh. Supposed to go up there. All the fights on the outer wall sections of the Tyranno layer are unrunnable, so if I get one, it's faster to just reset. Really? Jeez, I'm losing it. I knew better than I was derping and thinking I was still on the first one. And this one I just go straight up, That's a pretty precise dodge there to avoid two fights back to back. Yeah, Zala is female. It's pretty unclear in the Super Nintendo version, but in the DS version, it's very clear. I think it's mostly through Ayla referring to Zala as a she. Said Ayla's getting hit a couple times now, so I'm definitely gonna have to heal her. His attack is to cancel the Tyranno's next turn. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably do stuff at low level more safely if you were manipulating RNG. I mean, routing that out is a pretty non-trivial effort, though. Hey, Elixir. If you're really, really spot on with inputting Chrono's commands, you can squeeze in an extra attack here, but it's pretty tight. I have not run Chrono Cross. Hey, Maru. Getting a little worried near the end just because I was wasting little bits of ATB here and there just because of my inputs not really being super on point, but you get pretty much one full turn worth of leeway. Oh, at the start of Death Peak? Well, I'll be getting there in about roughly 2 hours. Well, there's kind of a silly way to get past the first tree that I'll be doing when I get there. Oh, nice. Over 800 viewers now. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. Hey, Arlo Bear. This is by far a PB for me streaming this game, or pretty much any other Super Nintendo game. It's, well, I should say I've gotten over 1,000 for FF6 100%, but only 100%. It's not lower for any percent. So I made a really stupid mistake on these teleporters in my any percent PB and lost about like 15 seconds or so. So that's part of why I'd really like to kind of keep going a little bit further and try to get a 258 any percent, is just because I really don't like having a stupid teleporter mistake in my PB. 100% FF6 is all characters and espers. Yeah, so how you define a boss is irrelevant because it's not based on bosses, it's just characters and espers. Time for even more music Craigasm here. We'll be hearing a little more of that in the Ocean Palace. Yeah, the Moogle charm alone saves so much time. I mean, that's a big part of why the 100% FF6 run is only like about an hour and 15 minutes longer than any percent, whether it's glitched or glitchless. Yeah, it's about the same time. Yeah, those get used pretty heavily in the FF6 speedrun, along with the Charm Bangle and Sprint Shoes. Alright, so kind of like the Abductor in FF5, it's faster to lose than to win, and changing the Golem's element to fire lets me die faster. Yeah, the Prophet's disguise isn't really too hot. Okay, Chuck's up. Yeah, I mean, it might be kind of obvious to other Zeal Kingdom inhabitants that he is of the same kind of ancestry or race or whatever you want to call it. Hey, Ghost King. Alright, so if this were any %, this would be where I'd stop following the story and then just do a side quest and then get some other items I need in order to finish the game. But for 100%, I'm actually continuing on to get the Epoch. Well, if I had actually been playing for over 13 hours straight, I'd probably be pretty darn tired by this point, but I've only been going for about only about 6.5 at this point, or more like 7.5. Medina first. The black wind howls, one among you will shortly perish. Oh yeah, I guess there was the FF5 ending, which I didn't time, but I was AFK during most of that. Yeah, I think you look like you're up to no good, so you can have the timeout. Yeah, Dream Devourer was the extra super boss added to the DS remake. Yeah, the extra ending is kind of mostly there to try to better tie the game into Chrono Cross. Actually, just on the since I hadn't actually menued yet, just in the off chance I get the runaway glitch on the second fight, I don't want to die, and then have to fight Black Tyranno again. Oh, nice, Wade Daniel. Yeah, low-level Atma weapon is a pretty boring fight, because you pretty much just keep it in its first AI phase and then drain away all of its MP, which takes quite a long time, because I think it's got like 10,000 MP. But when it runs out of MP, it dies. Yeah, both of the dungeons that use this music, it fits pretty well just because they're goofy. Denadoro being the other one. If you mean in the start of the sewers, it is possible to skip the dialogue in the fight, but it doesn't save time because of how slow you move when you're climbing up and down the ladder during the fade-out glitch. Extremely difficult boss here. This sewers area is scaled based around you coming here during your first visit to the future, which is why everything's so easy. No, I'm not planning on getting a sub button anytime soon. I prefer to keep streaming a hobby. If people were paying me money, that would make me feel obligated to stream more often, even when I don't feel like it. Oh, thank you, Checks Up. Appreciate it. Beast skips are coming up. Those are probably going to be a little on the sloppy side just because I didn't practice them and it's been a while since I've done them. Oops, where am I going? Almost got the kid skip, but that's really, really hard actually, and it saves pretty much no time at all too. Alright, so I'm trying to skip 3 fights here. Not sure that was it. Yeah, it was too low still. Okay, that should be good. Not sure about that one though. No, yeah. These are pretty tricky. I don't think they're quite as difficult as Hekran and Zombor, but they're not easy at all. That one felt a little bit better, but we'll see. Okay, we're good. Okay, nice. Oh, I got the fun version of the Mud Imp skip too. You'll see why it's fun after Mount Woe. Hey Jen, ma'am. So I'm manipulating my hits on these rubbles to guarantee being able to actually kill them before they run away, which is pretty difficult normally. But yeah, each one is 1,000 experience and 100 tech points, which is pretty. The tech points especially is pretty massive for this point. Falcon, good. Oh, thank you, Kosi. Appreciate it. Yeah, one of the rubbles infinitely respawns too. I'm not taking advantage of that in this run because it's kind of slow, but that is something you can do in casual play to try to like learn all of your remaining techs at this point. Yeah, Falcon hit makes it actually possible to kill Kikagaya in a speedrun. The routing is also taking advantage of a glitch with how learning techs works too, where whenever you learn a new tech from a fight, that particular character gets awarded the tech point value of the fight twice. So every time one of my characters learns a new tech from one of these rubbles, they're actually gaining 200 tech points instead of 100. Yeah, in normal play I would recommend going for the safe helm, just because that's useful for the whole rest of the game, whereas the Swallow does eventually get outclassed by the Rainbow Sword. You need to be subbed to the RPG Limit Break channel to use that particular remote. I love that face too. Really, really important to re-kill the hands or else you die. Yeah, you can steal speed tabs from the panels in the Black Omen. I miscounted. Is that what I thought was going to kill him? I'm just trying to mess with Luca's cursor. Yeah, individual speed tabs make a bigger difference just because your max speed in this game is 16, whereas your other stats are 100. Well, technically the fastest New Game Plus would be the Japanese SNES version because there's a glitch with the, I believe, Bronze Fist weapon for Ayla that lets you equip it onto other characters. Oh, by the way, check out this next scene here. Look, Ma, I got pets. Table glitch. Yep. Out of the table we come. That saves like 1 second if you do it too, just because it makes this cutscene load slightly faster. Mount. Whoa! Because there's a TAS of New Game Plus that's about like 3.5 minutes long, I think, because it's able to abuse the fact that the Bronze Fist gets an automatic critical, or I'm sorry, when the Bronzed Fist gets a critical, it automatically does 99 damage, and that lets you kill Inner Lavos and Lavos Core without having to lower their defense. I don't know if the Bronze Fist glitch is possible in real time, though. Because I got the impression from the task notes that doing it requires being able to press, like, input up and down at the same time or something like that. Just to double check, I do still have, okay, I just want to make sure I still have the plasma gun. I was pretty sure I didn't sell that. Because if I sold the plasma gun, I'd need to buy another weapon for Luca here as part of setting up for the Blackbird. Wow, these bots, they're de-evolving, so that all they talk is gibberish now. Their names have been gibberish all day, but their messages used to actually be English instead of gibberish. Oh no, it's definitely a bot. They've been hitting me all day, about every like 20 to 30 minutes or so. One of them was pretty funny though. It said, pimp your leveling, almost like it knew I was playing RPGs or something. Evening over 8. Now we know who's to blame for all the bots. Secretly plant it and don't tell anybody. Really, a silver fox flame, that's a little creepy, actually. If you say you don't like plants, then you have to talk to her again. It doesn't actually trigger the Sunken Desert quest then. You can't get screwed out of it at all, by the way, too. If you don't talk to her or you say no at this point, you can do so at the last refuge. Or what Free Kilby said. I don't have to worry about Dalton trolling because I got an extra magic tab. Oh yeah, this was very revolutionary when it first came out. Actually, no, I don't think you are. If you say burn it, I think it just resets the conversation and you have to talk to her again. Alright, Ocean Palace hype. Kind of missed getting to come here and run since I've mostly been doing any percent lately. See if I can get the Masa skip first try. It's one of the easier 100% exclusive skips. Yeah, I mean the fact that the battles take place on the field instead of transitioning to a different battle screen is a really nice touch. I mean in this area too, I also like that they don't change the music during battles too to kind of keep building tension. Oop. Ah, didn't get it. It's not hard. Thought I was on the next screen. Or I should more specifically the screen that's after this part here. Making mistakes equals more Ocean Palace music. Hey, Michaelia. It's possible to make that with only stopping once, but I won't doubt. Pretty good pattern there. Alright, so I just skipped both a fight and a cutscene there. Oh, nice, Sange Merchant. Brownies sound kinda good about now. Okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. I'll just plan on sheltering, actually. Two kind of difficult enemy dodges coming up here. Not a terrible problem if I fail either of them, though. Okay, got the first one. And the second one, nice. Still got the touch. Rest of the elevator battles felt alright, but if something goes wrong here, I'll need to reset back to that safety save. What? I didn't hit my wave. Maybe my RNG was just off. Is my battle speed on 1 or something? Huh. Okay, that would explain why I had some issues with the elevator then. How did that get onto 1? Maybe I forgot to change it for the Tyranno? Huh. I don't remember not doing that. But yeah, still sub 5 is still possible. Kind of surprised I made it this far without, or like through Giga Gaia and stuff too, without ever noticing that the battle speed was wrong. Hey, Rain. So much copy and catting. Alright, these will still be sub 3 Golem twins at least, which is a solid pace. My PB I know had sub 250 Golem Twins though, which is a pretty ridiculous time. Yeah, my PB for 100% got every boss skip first try and got every enemy skip also, except for one in the Black Omen that I failed. I have pretty low motivation to try to improve it, just because, I mean, it definitely can happen. It just would take a lot of runs and just a lot of stuff going right in order to try to push it down to like sub 440. And going for some pretty hard stuff like a faster version of the Zombor skip that involves doing some frame perfect stuff at the end of time and getting luckier in the Black Omen too with the battles. Like how many, because there's some elevators you have to go down where there's random battles, and how many of them you get. If you mean permission from me, Shinbreaker, go for it. RIP, by the way. Dalton was kind of retconned into Chrono Cross as far as explaining how Poor Kingdom became evil. This is a pretty darn powerful anime scene in the remakes too, because right before Chrono gets blasted, he has a flashback back to Yanis saying, "One among you will shortly perish." Oh, you're talking okay, I had to say you're talking FF5. Yeah, all the character designs in this game are not Amano, they're Toriyama, which is why they bear more than passing resemblances to Dragon Ball characters and Dragon Quest characters too. Yeah, Mikhail, yeah, I'm doing WKC2 and FF6 tomorrow afternoon. Oh, thank you for watching, Maladrill. Appreciate the compliment. There's the schedule for the weekend, if anyone hasn't seen it yet. Yeah, and then Ozzy looks like the Namekians. Slash kind of looks like Mr. Popo. Chrono looks like has Goku hair, basically. The blue shining dot was the amulet, which somehow survived Lavos' attack. Or the pendant, yeah, Marley's pendant. The amulet is Magus's / Shala's. News. This is all because I didn't see one in Frog's Forest earlier. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, to go inspect the tidal wave firsthand. I'm gonna buy some. I don't technically need these, but I'm gonna get some full tonics, just safety. Well, it's kind of. I mean, there's a lot of side quests, so it would take a while. I mean, you'll see as soon as I get the epoch. I mean, I just kind of do them in order of when I get stuff that would save time on future ones. And it's Ottavino that did the routing for all of this. I've made some minor contributions to the route as far as like skipping certain equipment and like menu, like optimizing menus a bit, but the core routing is all from Ottavino. Really important to kill that bite before it attacks, or else that messes up the RNG for the turret coming up next. This is why it's important to hold on to that plasma gun from so long ago, is to have a loose weapon that I can equip on Luca so that she can fight in the next encounters without without having to go find her gear in the Blackbird. This is one place where I can gain some time on my PB though, just because I had issues actually finding the golem boss, because I didn't realize how precise the trigger point for it was. So I was going over the engine and then I just barely missed it and kind of thrashed around for about 10 seconds before finding it. This is a pretty hard fight, as you can see. It is possible to win this, but it's a lot slower than just turning the battle speed up to max and then letting him run away. This is not all in one sitting, W Reflect. I'm doing 2 games a day. My timer's a little misleading, but I didn't really feel like including like breaks in the timer, because I wanted to show the times for every run all at once. Yeah, Houston exists in this world, apparently. This is actually a counterattack from the Rage Band, so I get 2 attacks for the price of 1. So why Ayla doesn't just chuck him off instead of up and down in the cockpit, I'll never know. I don't remember the name of the ending, but it's the one where they're like looking at a parade of characters from the game or something, and then Chrono has one line at the end of it. I don't think you can actually see the names of the endings in the original. I think that you can only do that in the remakes when there's like a gallery or something for the endings. So I'm just selling off all my loose equipment at that point to for being able to buy the Chrono clone a little later on. Now it's time for the most important boss skip in the game. A very legitimate place to safety save in a marathon type setting. Well, I practice the menus in all of my runs, however much I feel like I need to, in order just to feel confident in being accurate and fast at them. Like, this game's menuing is actually pretty minor compared to, like, some of the Final Fantasies. Like, especially, like, 5, 6, and 9. Those have a lot of menus. So when I'm doing more serious runs of those games, I put quite a bit of practice time into just the menus. The challenge in this run is more about the battle skips than the RNG manipulation. Yeah, pretty much Arlo Bear. Although it was released in Europe too. So yeah, saying yes there would mean an instant reset, because actually fighting Magus isn't really all that hard. I mean, I would just spam Fire Tackle until he's dead, but not actually having Magus on your team would be a pretty big problem for the rest of the run, because he's just such a higher level than the rest of your team, and he has access to all 4 elements. So the fact that he can do lightning alone is well worth the price of admission. Because that's really, really, really good, excuse me, for Robo's side quest. Alright, so now that I have the Epoch, it's time to start doing the side quests. 100% Chrono Trigger means doing all of the side quests as defined by the Guru of Time. So the first one I'm doing is Frog's side quest at the Hero's Grave. Just because I don't really need anything special to finish this quest, and because I have to go to 1000 AD to get the tools, I can use this visit to also get the Tabin suit, which I need for the Son of Sun side quest. I guess you could kind of call that Luca's side quest. Although the Sunken Desert one is kind of Luca's as well. Hey, Critical Nobody. This is going to be about 5 hours, so a little under 2 hours left. Oh, nice, Michaelia. I don't know, I obviously cannot watch now, but feel free to share if you'd like. Tabin Suit is one of Luca's ultimate armors, and it gives her 75% fire resistance and also +3 speed, both of which are very important for some battles in the rest of the run. Hey, Narcotis. Oh, I run some of the games I've ran are actually even longer than this too. Like Final Fantasy 7 and 9 are both 8 to 9 hours. I mean, it's different than like Mario 64 or other similar games though, just because I'm not like at the edge of my seat for all 5 hours. I mean, there is cutscenes and other downtime that kind of give me time to catch my breath and relax a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna highlight this for posterity. I always highlight my follower specials when I do them. Yeah, Marley's getting the hug just because reasons. Oh, it's going okay. I mean, I failed a couple skips. I failed a couple boss skips and had to retry them, and I also made a really dumb mistake on Magus and brought the wrong party to fight him, but other than that, it's been an okay run. The goal is to try to get under 5 hours. Okay, I had Luca shoot that one, even though these guys are immune to physical attacks, just because that manipulates them to not do MP Buster or Grudge on Magus when he kills them. Lazy and flying my time machine just across town, basically. Oops, not here. This house. Yeah, no, I don't think any humans at least, actually know what Magus looks like. Clearly they've not seen anybody type Magus-gasm in Twitch chat. Bringing Magus to this cutscene is pretty fun though, just because this makes this super awkward. Yeah, he's just kind of there and tries to make himself scarce. Alright, so that quest is done. Now I'm gonna go to the end of time and get the Chrono Trigger. But it's still gonna be a while before I actually use it to revive Chrono. I don't know, I don't really ever get the sense that Magus actually like regrets anything he's ever done. I mean, he's an anti-hero. I mean, he's teamed up with Chrono and friends because of the whole like enemy of my enemies, my ally thing, but I mean, he's just his dialogue and stuff I think just kind of implies that he's along just to kind of help get his revenge. Oops, get his revenge on Lavos for stealing his childhood. Yeah, if this was an any percent run, I'd have beaten the game probably at least like 20 minutes ago by now. Oops, I want to go to future now. So the main ingredient I need in order to be able to safely defeat Son of Sun is the Tabin suit. And since I now have that, I am now going to go do that. Oops, alright. Farm for Ayla. Not to be confused with Son of a Gun from Chrono Cross, or as I prefer to call him, Creepy Pasta. Well, that was Railcoon that came up with that name. So that save and reload lets me manipulate which order Son of Sun changes its weak point. Yeah, Creepypasta is nightmare fuel, especially his death animation. Oh, thank you, Mikey Ludano. Appreciate it. Healing Ayla wasn't actually for this fight, it's actually for setting up Yakra the 13th, coming up a little later on. Oh, do I still have it around here, or did I, like... I probably took it to... I probably put it in my bag that I took to SGDQ, my Wonder Shot pin. Thank you, Kizo Fiva. Appreciate it. Yeah, the marathon's going. I don't know if you can really call it a marathon, given that I'm not doing all these games in one sitting. But the follower special has been going pretty well. I think of all the runs I've done or started so far, Illusion of Gaia is probably the one that I executed the best. Alright, so you may or may not remember that I gave the jerky to the Elder of Poor's wife several hours ago, actually, after getting the broken Mazimune. Doing that lets me skip having to buy jerky and give it away now. I just have to go examine the Sun Keep and then I can go get the Boonstone. The original Star Ocean is a game I do need to play at some point, although I don't know if I'm going to play the Super Famicom version or the PSP version. Only the latter, which I actually currently have a copy of. Yeah, all the Star Ocean games have been speedrun. I'd say 3 and 4, well, actually probably 3 is the most popular, as far as which has the most people that have speedrun it. I mean, it's only about a 3-hour run or so because of being able to skip cutscenes. I think 4 is about the same length, but the game itself is not as well liked as 3, so that's probably why fewer people have done runs of it. Yeah, Wonder Shot, by the way. And Sunshades. Okay, this is where I actually made the biggest mistake that I made in my SGDQ run, the half of it that I ran, which was to forget to party swap after the fight I run from in the Giant's Claw. That screwed up my tech point route a bit. Didn't really end up mattering much, but I had to do some extra fights, which was a little disappointing. Yeah, running from these before they attack is actually really tight too. Okay, now we swap. Alo for Robo. Got the Ruby Vest too. Wonder Shot. Sunshades. Sunshades is kind of like the hero ring, and oops, the left switch here. Like the hero ring in Final Fantasy VI, where it just boosts the damage of all of your attacks. Oops. Blue Rock is the key to doing Omega Flare. Oh, thank you, Oscar Sorbet. Appreciate it. I need to swap. Well, it doesn't actually make that big of a difference whether you do it before or after that fight, but because Ayla is faster than Robo, it makes running from the fight before you get attacked a bit easier if you still have Ayla in your party. Alright, so for the Rebels, do the bottom one first. Wonder Shot? The damage the Wonder Shot does is not possible to manipulate because it's based on the... Okay, that's new. The in-game timer. instead of the battle RNG. Okay, I wasn't sure that I actually got the fade out. Okay. This is not one that I want to mess up too, just because, yeah, failing the fade out on Rust Tyranno is GG. Fun trivia is that this is actually, Rust Tyranno is the second highest HP boss in the game. It has 25,000, which is more than Inner Lavos has. Only higher HP boss is Lavos Core. And jogging robo. This is just a fun glitch here where if you hold a D-pad button while this cutscene is loading, you'll be just jogging in place during the conversation. So I'm kind of just doing pieces of some of the side quests in a disparate order now, mostly just to minimize the amount of time warps and flying around in the epoch I have to do. Because I'm not actually going to finish the Rainbow Shell quest. I'm going to go to the Geno Dome and do this part with Robo's quest. Wait, oh wait. Yes, we want to go up further. The music sounded weird there. That's because I went into the Sun Palace instead of the Geno Dome. It's kind of a little clever censorship actually, because in the Japanese version it's called the Genosa Dome, as in genocide. But they abbreviated to Geno or Geno in order to make it a little less objectionable. So all the fights in the Geno Dome are inescapable. When I have Magus and I have the Sunshades, I can actually just one-shot all of the robots with Lightning too. I think the reason for going to the Giant's Claw instead of here next after you've gotten the Wonder Shot and Sunshades is just for RNG manipulation for the Rubbles and the Giant's Claw. Probably because Adivino probably looked into it and wasn't able to find a way to kill the Rubbles without having to reset. Whereas if you just go and do it after getting the Wonder Shot, you can just go right along with the RNG you have after Son of Sun. Okay, let's not get into arguments or anything, please. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinions about video games and what games people enjoy playing and watching and stuff. My opinion is that I think that FF7's graphics haven't really aged that well, but that that doesn't really detract from my enjoyment of the game, just because I played it when it was new, so I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But I can definitely sympathize with people that don't like the game because they think it looks too dated. Hey, Ulfie. It's going alright. None of the runs have really been that spectacular, but they've all been decent for, especially for a lot of these I haven't really been working on too actively lately. A little disappointed I didn't get a better time at FF4, given that that's what I've been running the most lately. These laser guards, by the way, are extremely fast, so I have to mash pretty hard in order to cue Lightning 2 before they attack. Yeah, good evening, Zach. I mean, I think the one thing I would really have liked to have seen changed about FF7 when they ported it to Steam last year, or maybe it was 2 years ago, was the translation. It's something I think that could definitely be improved without really a ton of cost. That would actually be a Chinese pirate game, I believe. The NES FF7. It was no 64. 324 would be a really, really, really bad time for 64. Oops, where am I going? I'm gonna go down here. I think some people have done races of NES FF7 as kind of a meme on occasion. Have to wait around here a little bit to get a speed tab. Really a whole lot of room for error to make it there without losing your charge, but I practiced it enough that I've never actually failed that I can remember at least. The Atropos skip coming up I have failed on quite a few occasions though. Okay, that resets for manipulating Mother Brain and Retinite. Alright, first try. This is a pretty silly skip here. What I'm doing here too is I'm running in and out of the zone so that I can close the text boxes before they finish drawing and save a couple seconds over the course of the cutscene. Check the upper left corner, by the way, too. The skip causes some pretty lovely graphical glitches. Yeah, Atropos takes a couple minutes, I think, to fight, just because in a speed run you're not really strong enough to actually be able to kill her safely. So you actually just have to wait it out until she self-destructs. I don't think you. I'm not sure you even. Or I guess you can, but I'm sure that was looked into, and it probably there's probably either different text boxes or it's not shorter enough to justify having to do 2 party swaps, because you need Luca for Mother Brain in order to put the. Well, you'll see. It's to activate sleep mode. Let's just say. At least it's easy, and if I mean in a low level game you'd probably wait to come here until you've got a red vest or red mail, because then it's pretty easy, because her bomb attacks will heal Robo if he has a red vest on, and then you just do nothing for a couple minutes until she self-destructs. Yeah, it's definitely a much more like Phantasy Star 2 type of Mother Brain than Super Metroid. Welcome back, Alta. Fortunately, you do not have to fight Dark Forest in order to get here. Why? What is void? Alright, Robo's quest is done, so now we're basically going to continue along with actually no, we don't. We're doing the Sunken Desert now, which is kind of standalone. But then we're continuing the Rainbow Shell quest after that. If you've seen me doing any % runs lately, this is totally different than an any %, mostly just because of being much stronger. So I'm not actually fighting anything here, not intentionally at least, except for the boss. Probably made it without that extra buffer, but it really sucks to fail that. Okay, Okay, so for this fight, I'm going to be exploiting the Crisis Arm with Robo, which gets a attack multiplier based on the 1's digit of Robo's HP, which was manipulated to be 9. So it's basically twice as strong as the Terra Arm would be at this point. In a PB attempt, I wouldn't really care about Magus dying, but since I'm gonna fight Lavos without the Elixir glitch, I do want him to still be alive after this to get the experience. Kind of wish you could use that on more bosses, but it doesn't really just end up working out to, oops, I'm not quite done yet. Oh no, it's, yeah, yeah, Robo's, yeah, I'm sorry. It's any percent where, you need to do a party swap here, because you don't use Robo to fight Ret Knight. Yeah, the reason I'm doing this quest now, though, is to get the Green Dream, which is your prize for finishing it, which lets me save quite a bit of time on the on Marley's quest. Oh, and the Mega Mutant? I could see that. I mean, in this run, it's not... It kind of gets outclassed immediately by both HP overflow glitching, and then also Omega Flare. Which is what the whole tech point learning route for 100% is based around. It's based around Luca learning all of her techs without having to do any extra grinding. Most of the new discoveries in this game were last year, and maybe the year before that too. It's been kind of cool since then, as far as new stuff being found. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true, Sands Merchant. Yeah, I've never actually beaten the game or seen somebody else beat the game without Robo. I've seen all the variations of the ending with or without Chrono and Magus, but I've never seen one without Robo. Assuming it actually even has an end, even actually updates the ending if you don't have Robo. Yeah, you could probably go considerably lower than 26 if you use glitches, because if there's an HP overflow glitch, which I'm going to be using on Yakra the 13th and a few other bosses, that also works on Lavos, although I'm not doing it in this particular run. But in my PB I did do it, and like in my any percent PB I beat the game at level 20. because I can use the glitch to effectively skip Lavos' second and third phases. Of course, beating Lavos' shell at level 20 is not easy at all, though. Frog Marley Boss. Green. And HP is good, so... I'm running 2 games a day this weekend. I did Final Fantasy V before this. And, well, you can see the order on my timer. There's the schedule, too. Final jobs on NeoExdeath. Freelancer, Blue Mage, I think Time Mage, and Mystic Knight. Yeah, I'm sure I wasn't the only one that couldn't figure out how to enter the password the first time I played the game. I mean, figuring out what the password is easy. You just need to read the notes in Luca's house, but figuring out how to actually enter it into the computer is not really explained very well. Alright, looking good for Yakro. Just looking at the damage numbers on these fights. This is my cue for my RNG seed is set up right for Yakro. F Soretto. Yeah, I didn't use Sabin much at all when I played, all the times I played FF6 as a kid, just because I could never do his blitzes accurately. Little did I know though that the game doesn't recognize diagonal D-pad inputs, so you can input the blitzes a lot more accurately if you just like double tap cardinal directions. Like for Aura Bolt, the way I do it in the speedrun is down, down, left, instead of doing a quarter circle like you're expected to. Yeah, I've heard that if you, like, I don't know, maybe on Z-SNES or other early SNES emulators, entering the password for the Eris Dome was actually pretty hard to do on an emulator. This is a pretty special fight. This is the first time I'm using a certain glitch that requires the green dream. Oh, really? The Chancellor was a monster all along. I never saw that one coming. And I win! That's a fairly complex glitch called the Elixir overflow glitch. The way I always like to explain it is that you're not normally able to use healing items on enemies in this game, but if you glitch the game out so that it thinks your whole party is dead, which involves using the green dream to get re-raise, and then killing off your party while you've manipulated the RNG in a certain way, you can then revive, and then since the game thinks your party is dead and there's no valid targets for the elixir, you can target an enemy instead. And the memory address in the game for enemy HP only goes up to about a little over 32,000. So any boss that has over roughly 16,000 HP, you can insta-kill with this glitch, because it gives them more HP than the game's capable of tracking, and causes it to roll over to a negative number, and then they die instantly. So the Marley's quest is considered complete now, but I'm not going to leave without getting my spoils victory. DKC2 has quite a few glitches, actually. So you can skip some levels, and there's like various physics glitches and stuff that let you like jump higher than you're supposed to be able to, and get like speedy movement and stuff. I want the Prism Helms here too, because they give status protection along with the boost to MP, or I mean magic defense. And I get the Prism Shades, which are an upgraded version of the Sun Shades, and then the Rainbow Sword, which is Chrono's strongest sword. Hey, welcome back, DMC Aether. Yeah, we've got probably a little under an hour to go. Oh yeah, the Castle Crush glitch is pretty special. Okay, unfortunately I'm not feeling like singing Gato's song today, just because I've been streaming for a really long time, and don't really feel like singing right now. But I'll Wonder-Shot him on the next two fights. Yeah, you probably got, yeah, you got what's called the sketch glitch, which is a memory corruption glitch. There's speedruns that abuse that to break the game in good ways, but if you're, it is possible to, like, corrupt your cart with it, too. Wonder shot. Hey, Soundhound, thank you, thank you. Oh wow, I just noticed my viewer count went up by quite a bit. It's approaching 900, which is very, very nice. Wonder if quad digits is it possible. I've never actually gotten that high with this game before, which would be pretty sweet. Wonder shot. Ooh, that was a pretty good one. Although that wasn't quite the strongest possible wonder shot. That would do like 3,200 damage. Gato has 76 HP for the record too, but the weakest possible wonder shot is like 50, so that actually wouldn't kill him. Agons are soon. I have to remember the Japanese lyrics. So part of why I'm saving the Chrono Resurrection side quest for pretty late in the cycle is so that I've accumulated enough money to be able to just buy the clone outright without having to play this Simon Says minigame. You need 60,000 gold in order to do so. Not 30,000 like he lies to you there. You have to clear those text boxes or else the game doesn't actually give you the clone. Yeah, the formula for the Wonder Shot is just that it gets an attack multiplier that's randomly determined by the in-game timer value. I mean, well, it's not, I mean, it's not random truly, but it's not manipulatable in real time because of because I mean, it's just not possible to have that tight of a control over the in-game timer. Yeah, about your son. Yeah, can we just have this doll? Yeah, bye. There's roughly an hour to go. Hopefully less. Alright, so a nice little fun thing you can do here is you do not actually need to talk to the first doll. The doll itself shields you from the wind. Alright, so we've got two fairly difficult enemy dodges in this room. Okay, got the first one. The second one's kind of just hard because of the randomness. Yeah. Well, actually, that one I just botched because I bumped into it. But the left and right movement of these two crackers is random. So I pretty much just go for it and hope they're not in my way. Oh, congrats to Seven. That is not an easy game. Oh, thank you, Southerner. Appreciate it. Pretty much every time I stream, I have loads of fun doing so. Didn't get far enough to the right in time. Oh yeah, my chat is awesome. I mean, it doesn't really ever seem to matter how many viewers I have. It's always very cool and civil here. Never a problem to have a conversation. It doesn't get drowned out by trolls. Hey, Ice Nose. Okay, so this Lavos spawn is actually not programmed as a boss, and you can run away from it, but it's worth 120 tech points, and when I've got all the equipment I do, I can kill it in just 2 fire tackles. So it does end up being faster to just kill it than to run away as far as the tech point route. I haven't been playing for 15 hours straight. I have been playing for almost 10 straight though. The 2 first games on the list were yesterday. Perfect. So the 3rd Lavos spawn will give me flare. Alright, nice. Got the fast cracker dodge there. Oh, I'm definitely kind of feeling ready to wrap this up relatively soon, but I'm feeling fine. If I'd actually been playing for 15 hours and still had another like 7 to go with the other 2 games, that would probably be another story though. That would be why I'm doing this over a weekend instead of all in one sitting, just because it would not be fun to speedrun for 24 hours or so straight for me. People do that all the time actually, but I just don't. I don't feel like doing that myself. Yeah. Should feel honored, Lavos fun. You're an integral part of the route. I'm probably gonna eat the rest of my sandwich I ate half of for dinner after this. Oh wow, yeah, 12, I mean, pretty much the limit of how long of like a single run I'm willing to do would be like maybe 9-10 hours or so. And that's pushing it pretty hard too. I mean, my kind of preference is something more like 3 to 5. That would be Chrono Trigger Crimson Echoes, I believe. I will run Final Fantasy VII again at some point, which is about an 8-hour run, but it's a pretty, I mean, it's a pretty action-packed 8 hours. I mean, there is a pretty slow-going hour of it on disc 2, but it isn't really quite as cutscene heavy as like FF8 and 9 are. And let's not, yeah, then there's FF10, which is quite a bit more cutscenes. Oops, I need to go get the clone. No. Xenogear. I've never actually even played Xenogears, and even if I had, it doesn't sound like a kind of a game I'd be interested in running. Oh yeah, if Final Fantasy X had skippable cutscenes, I'd consider running it. Depending on, I guess, how much of the game you can skip with cutscene skip. But it doesn't, so it's a moot point. I like FF10, but not enough to want to sit through like 5-6 hours of unskippable plot in order to do a run. I probably should play Xenogears at some point, but who knows if and when I'll make time for it. Because there's just so many like games from around that era that I never played because of being in college and not having money and free time for playing every RPG that came out. Hug hype, by the way. I really like how this played out during the SGDQ run, by the way, too. Just kind of, it was pretty fitting for Luca to get to hug Chrono when he was named after Iwata, because she's the nerd of the group. I don't know, I still need to finish Breath of Fire 3, which I've been playing off-stream, off and on. Next time I do that, I think it's going to be games that I have played before, though, just because those I would feel more motivated to actually stream if I'm just like replaying a game I've already played before versus blind play. Okay, I'm going. Alright, so this is the final quest, Magus's quest. I'm saving this for last because now I have Omega Flare and I can absolutely wreck the bosses here. Oops. Like, I've had kind of itches to replay Soul Blazer and Lufia 2 for a while. I'm sure I could probably come up with a third game to put into a poll. Maybe Dragon Quest 3. I've actually never played the Super Famicom version before, but I have played the NES version, so it wouldn't be completely blind. Oops, I go up here. I played March of the Black Queen and what's Tactics Ogre called? Let Us Cling Together. I have not played Person of Lordly Caliber or any other Ogre Battle games though. So this would be why I did this quest last, because this is a really, really hard fight if you don't have a means of insta-killing Slash and Flee, because all three of them have super nasty counterattacks when they're all alive. But they just roll over if you can if you have Omega Flare. This fight I'm actually not even using glitches on, it's just equipment that makes makes that a pretty trivial fight. Alright, so even though I've defeated Ozzy, I do have to trigger these 2 cutscenes in order to mark the quest complete. Yeah, I do. Suikoden 2 I very much would like to play, just because I've heard that's most people's favorite Suikoden game. And I don't know if I don't realistically see myself playing all, like, 4 or 5 of them, so I'd rather start with the best and see if I want to play any more after that. Yes, I have played the 7th Saga, it's brutal. Hey, Shaman. Alright, so Amulet, Prism Helm, Prism Helm. Alright, so that's it for all of the quests except for the Black Omen. Doomsicle sounds quite tasty on a hot summer day. So I want to say my PB entered the Black Omen maybe roughly like 4:15 or so. So I think sub 5 can probably still happen. I've maybe slid about like 7 or 8 minutes behind my PB. Yeah, I'm actually planning on playing Undertale like maybe next week when I'm cooling down from this special. Mostly just because I've heard it's pretty short, so and a lot of people think it's good, so why not? Isuna is the elf woman in 7th Saga. So the Mega Mutant isn't a terribly hard fight, it's a gatekeeper for the Black Omen. It's designed to kill you if you try to come here too early. I'm sure I'm far from the only person that the first time they played this game, as soon as I got the flying epoch, I tried to come in here, then got my face kicked in by this boss. Oops, I got menuing to do first. Centuries. Prism specs, Robo, Prism Helm, Dash Ring. Alright, so now we actually are using Chrono again after, like, what, an hour and a half, roughly. So, the party I'm using now is just optimized for the required battles in the Black Omen that aren't bosses. Because with the Prism specs and the Rainbow Sword, I can use Falcon Hit to one-shot everything that I have to fight here, except for these goons here, but fortunately this battle I can just run from. Panels I can't run from. Brings a little tear to my eye to see all these speed tabs being wasted too. It's what these panels are kind of best known for is that you can farm speed tabs from them with charm. Oh yeah, working designs, collector's editions are amazing. I've got the collector's editions of Lunar 1 and 2, and there's some of the kind of gems of my game collection for sure. Okay, so next room is a little bit of RNG, and I get perfect. That eye can either be open or closed. These eyes were pretty bad to me in my PB too. Just having to reload the room several times to get past the eye. And that right there, I'm pretty sure was the only battle skip that in the whole game that I failed in my PB, which is really, really good. It's not even that hard of a one, too, compared to like a lot of the hard ones that I got in my PB. Okay, so here's the first elevator. There's 2 of these, and there's a random number of battles I have to fight here between 0 and 3. This is probably the worst bit of uncontrollable randomness in the game. These elevators. My PB got 2 elevator battles, which is below average. I've had 2 practice runs where I got 0, which is insane. Yeah, Working Designs didn't actually make any of the games that they released. I forget who actually made the Lunar games, but yeah, it's not Working Designs. Alright, so 2 battles there. At least I didn't get the goons. Those are the worst one to get because it just takes... They're the slowest to kill because of taking 2 attacks. Haste-helmed OP, by the way. Haste is a little interesting how it works in this game, though, just because it's really good as far as how much faster it makes you, but it doesn't take effect until that person's next turn. And if you have auto haste because of a haste helm, then it means it gets applied on your second turn. The Robo's gonna get it eventually, and he's gonna be super slow on his first turn, and then he's the fastest on the team after that. This shield is such a jerk. I mean, both the directions and the speed that it moves are random, so I don't know. I mean, unless it's sitting right in front of me, I usually just end up running and hoping that I dodge it. Oh, nice. That's actually a pretty hard skip. I could reload the room and try to get these eyes to close, but if the first eye is open, I'll just go in for it and run away, because I've gotten burned quite a few times by trying to wait out the eyes and it taking longer than just running from the fight would. I think that's just Lunar 1, where the boss's scale based on Alex's level. Lunar 2, I believe it's all fixed. Sometimes I can run from this fight before both of the eyes do lock all. There I have to I have to avoid going near that turret when it's pointed in my direction. By the time, but I mean, if you can actually even see the turret at all, it'll be able to see you. So that's why I have to kind of time it right for when I move to the exit. So this is the one and only boss in the Black Omen that I can skip, Giga Mutant. If I get this fight in a run where I'm planning to fight Lavos without the Elixir glitch, I'll try to steal some extra Mega Elixirs off of them before I kill them. I still need to play a Tales game too, because I have not done so yet. Alright, so 4 elevator battles, that's kind of on the meh side. Okay, this fight can be a tad dangerous if the Synchrites attack before I do, so I like to heal if anyone's running too low. They have a pink laser attack that can do like 250 damage. Alright, next fight I can skip if I dodge the bats here. No big bats in this run. That was to manipulate the Elder Lavos spawn coming up after Terra Mutant. do have to wait a little bit for Terra Mutant to absorb before doing Omega Flare, or else 2 Omega Flares won't do enough damage to kill it. Yeah, bottom half is pretty much invincible, really. So the way you're supposed to fight Terra Mutants to kill the top half. Favorite fight in this run? That's actually hard. There's a lot of good ones. Probably Lavos Shell in any percent. I actually meant for Robo to tank that, but hopefully the fact that I had to fight extra stuff on the elevator makes this not really matter. Hey, Blue Fire Mage. Going pretty well. have to wait for her to do another halation for RNG manipulation for the man and machine. Yeah, I believe it's every 4,000 damage you do to Zeal that makes her next attack be halation, which doesn't do anything if you only have 1 HP. FF6 should be maybe 5.5 to 6 hours, but I'm not doing it tonight. It's going to be tomorrow. Per the schedule posted in the stream title. So it's another use of the HP overflow glitch there for the machine. I'm gonna do it to Zeal too, but the setup is a little more involved because of because when you revive with the Green Dream, if your ATB bar is full, then your turn gets reset. And I don't want that to happen, because if that does, then Zeal will get another turn before Magus does and be able to kill him again. So I need to manipulate my ATB order a little bit to prevent that from happening. Face glitches out like that too. Yeah, why they call it Hexagon Mist when it's basically a Star of David is a kind of an odd choice. Getting sub 5 is going to be pretty darn tight, because I think the Lavos shell battles are about 8 minutes on in this, and then doing the last 2 battles without Elixir glitch is about another 8 minutes, I think. We'll see, though. Personally, I kind of like the any percent music. Oh, dang it! I was supposed to switch parties for this, but I was talking and got distracted. Yeah, that's pretty much rip sub 5 now, because now my RNG is messed up for the rest of it. Even if this fight doesn't really waste that much time. Yeah, clicking links with no context is not a cool idea. In stream chat. Yeah, if I had messed up on Zombor, I'd be able to just pretty much one-shot him because he'd be in shadow mode. Yeah, 3D attack I think is the one that's based on X, right? When I think Arc Impulse, I actually think about Wild Arms. So let's do this. I believe the most consistent way to do 99 damage is the Bronze Fist. Yeah, I can't win in under 5 hours without Elixir glitching, but next stop sub 505. Oh yeah, speed tab. Alright, he's ready for some World Revolution hype. No, it's imperfect cells, so I'm fighting now. Probably really should have healed Robo since he got hit by Lavos' attack. Yeah, you can Elixir glitch this, I'm just not doing so. This isn't a serious PB attempt, it's a special occasion run. Okay, Billy the Meg. I could actually just finish him off with Magus without reviving the other two, but in all of my testing I did before SGDQ, I found that doing so manipulates worse luck from Lavos core. Yeah, Robo's magic resistance is pretty pitiful, so he pretty much gets wrecked by any kind of strong magic attack. Okay, so before fighting Lavos core, I'm going to try to do a glitch where I can gain access to the menu between phases, which isn't intended. Alright, let's do this. No, that was a glitch I used to open the menu there. I think Melfix is what Retinite is called in the DS version. Whew. If I was going to do Elixir glitch, I would have Elixir glitched both phases. I'm choosing not to, just because I want this run to have a more exciting finish. Oh, dang it. That's the reason I thought that was the animation for lowering his defense. Should still be okay there. Japanese version is actually slower for 100% because of the different glitches. I mean, well, the gameplay is slower. It might be faster because of text, but I don't want to run a game in a foreign language just for faster text if the gameplay itself is slower. Shot. Yeah. All right, 5:03. Well, yeah, the fastest time I've done this with no elixir glitch is 5 and 11 seconds or so. So there we go. Got the wonder shot swag kill too. It's not supposed to line up that way, but I do also find it a little more satisfying to kill Lavos core when all 3 bits are alive too. Thank you everybody. Oh wait, I guess I can't quite put the controller down, there's still some text to skip. I was hoping to raid Vulgin, but he's probably going to be done with his FF13 run by the time this ending is done, unless he dies a lot to Orphan. Hey, Seafoam. Well, I'm definitely ready to stop streaming, 'cause I've been at it for 10.5 hours today, minus minus about a 20-minute break in between today's 2 games. But yeah, if you're hungry for more Chrono Trigger, hit up that link my bot just put in, which is my Essentia and my run of this category at SGDQ, which was about, well, it was actually a little, like what, 504, I think, although slightly better commentated. So yeah, about the same speed. Later Magical Kingdom. And then this is my last game for today, but I'll be back tomorrow at approximately 3 p.m. US Central Time to finish out the special with Donkey Kong Country 2 and Final Fantasy 6. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching. It was great to get such a great crowd for the runs today. I think I got up to almost 900 viewers during this game, which was pretty sweet. Should be approximately 3 p.m. US Central Time, GMT -5. Oh, he died to Orphan. Well, I know Orphan isn't considered the hardest fight in FF13 speedrun, but it's up there, I know. I think Bartandalus 2, I think, is supposed to be the hardest boss. Central Standard is GMT -6. Central Daylight, which is my time zone at the moment, is -5. I think DST ends like first weekend in November, so it's still a ways off. That would be Doan, who's Marley's descendant, one of the NPCs in 2300 AD. Alright, you have yourself a good... Well, if you're in Japan, I guess it's now Sunday morning for you? Or no, afternoon, like 12:30 p.m. or so. So yeah, you have yourself a good rest of your weekend, and catch you another time. I'll highlight all the VODs from this special after it's over, too. I'm pretty close to have been able to dodge the Twitch server disconnect for this whole stream, too. I made it almost all the way through last night, but I got disconnected during the cutscene before Zeromus. Yeah, Arizona is kind of weird as far as... I think it's the only full state in the US that doesn't do daylight savings time. There's like some counties, I think, in like Indiana that don't do it, but it's pretty small. I've not personally done it, but I've heard if you max out cats, you actually get a purple cat for the final one. Oh yeah, I think the Far East parts of Canada have half-hour time zones too, and along with some parts of Russia, I want to say. Yeah, because I think it's just parts of Indiana that are suburbs of Chicago, basically, that are central. Just because I imagine most people that live there have jobs in Chicago, which is Central Time. So having to cross a time zone line to go to work would be kind of weird. Oh yeah, thanks everybody for watching. There's a couple people in chat that I think were around for pretty much the whole stream today, like Sanj Merchant, Sishira I think was around for quite a while. The Sabin was here for a while. Yeah, this is my favorite ending for the game, by the way, too, and it's kind of convenient that it's the one you get for the 100% speedrun. Aww. I like this more than the balloon ending, because you actually get to get these little scenes that show your friends from different eras and what they're up to now. Scouting out some nice mountains there. Ah, yeah, and I love this transition in the music too when it goes back to the epoch. Yeah, so tomorrow's stream should probably be about maybe 7 hours or so, because DKC2 will be about an hour, hopefully less. Hopefully I'll get a better time than an hour, but with like ending and stuff, it'll be maybe around an hour, and then with ending FF6 glitchless any percent should be probably a little over 6, because the ending's 23 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Along with this visual too, just this parallels the but the future refused to change bad ending, where you get to see the blue and green world instead of gray. Yeah, Yasunori Mitsuda did some pretty good stuff with the soundtrack. Alright, and that's the end. Okay, we're rating Nirm. He's doing FF4, no 64, like the same category that I ran last night and got a pretty mediocre time at. So go hit up Nirm. I'm going to play some commercials and then host him. And I guess other than that, thanks so much for watching. It was really nice to get a pretty good sized crowd for the games today. And I'll be back for the last stretch of the follower special tomorrow for DKC2 and FF6. So should be starting roughly 3 p.m. US Central Time. And other than that, everybody have a good evening or morning, and hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Take care.